Hello and welcome to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. It's Vacation Land, brought to you by Maine Ultimate. We've got a club tournament this weekend in both the open and mixed divisions, and we're here for game one. We've got Rainbow in the white jerseys and the Buoy Association, the local team, in the black jerseys on the left. My name is Tom. I'm here with my friend Mike. Mike, how are you this morning?
Doing well. We got a little bit soggy conditions. We got a lot of heavy rain in the early morning. The field will dry out in time. It's also a warm, rather sticky day. So I expect a lot of focus on catching the disc, watching it all the way in. If the disc touches the ground, it's going to get wet. Going to take a little more focus, a little more concentration on the part of the players. But these are some reasonably high-level ultimate players, so I look forward to this game.
Absolutely. Rainbow is pulling to start, and here we go. We're getting underway.
And the pull lands.
In a puddle.
In the puddle. That was a nice cut by Jared Jandro right into the puddle. Break force throw. Far sideline. Buoy running a vert stack. Being very patient. Very nice cut by Davidas. Oh,
Good.
nice break force
Good
throw
break
to the
throw.
middle of the field.
That just opened up the whole field for them, and there's Ian.
Oh, and that is going to be an easy point in the corner of the lobster pot end zone.
Yeah, 1-0 Buoys. Yeah, that break throw by Esther there that opened everything up there. Suddenly both sides of the field were in play. They were, not that they were stuck on the line quite yet, but that was, high level throw right there.
That was a very nice patient work, working the break side quite a bit, and just playing really smart, good, solid ultimate. Right now, the puddle didn't seem to affect the cut yet.
Not yet. I mean, it looked like downfield. As players get used to moving around on this field, it did look like downfield. They were, cutting a little more gingerly and with, a little less force than maybe they would normally. But, just kind of adjusting to the conditions and making sure that they don't slip and fall. I do have to mention that I do like how the Buoy Association takes their name very seriously with multiple props and everything else. It's pretty fun to see that kind of fun, still being used at a high level.
Yes, the pink buoy is very special, very colorful, and very bright, which is very important on a cloudy day, to be able to see where your buoy is. They will be pulling in the dark from the right of your screen to Rainbow on the left.
And we'll see if Rainbow can have a crisp offensive set just like Buoy did.
Applegate puts it up right in the middle of the field. Excellent pull. Coming down in person defense.
Yeah, Rainbow was a bit on a little bit of a side kind of look, setting up to avoid the puddle. Oh, an unfortunate drop. Or Cranefish just kind of didn't get a good handle on that dump pass, and Buoy set up close to the end zone.
Buoy takes over. Far sideline. Nice strike cut by Applegate into the corner of the end zone for another point for the Buoy Association.
That makes it 2-0 Buoys. I really liked the throw from the Buoy player there. There was no one in that zone, so why not just throw your cutter into the end zone? The space is there, might as well take it.
Yeah, it was not they're signing the buoy. That I didn't see.
Oh.
I guess if they catch it,
Oh, if they score, we're going to have to clarify. We will during halftime, we will get the gentleman in the purple shirt, our friend Andy Schachter, who unfortunately is not playing today. We'll interview him during halftime and see exactly what the deal is with the buoy. But it looks like you're right, Mike. It looks like when whoever receives a point, they then get to sign the buoy.
Look at Joe Newland out there, being a captain, being almost a coach. Good for him. I'm hoping for a healthy season from Joe. He is
Me too.
such a talented player, and he's really fast. He just had some unfortunate injuries in the past years that have limited, particularly his club season.
Yeah, he's a fun guy too.
Yeah, he does the.
He's a joy to be around.
That's pushing a little bit. He does do the PA for Portland Rising, our local women's professional frisbee team.
Well, that
and
pole
that's
looks like
gonna
it's
come
not
out
coming
of
back.
bounds.
Yep, out of bounds. Oh, if only Landis had caught it on the buoy, that would have been worth multiple points. Rainbow setting up in what looks like a horizontal stack. See, we didn't get to see them do a whole lot on offense on their first point. Let's see what they can do here. Oh, a slip by 52 in the middle of the field. Yeah, those puddles are, they are a factor for sure.
Getting a little bit of trouble. Rainbow just needs to collect themselves. That's a good cut from the hoe stack. I think we're going to allow, I think the players, due to field conditions, are going to allow maybe the extra step and not call a travel that's due to just trying to stop your feet on a slick field.
Great defense by the buoys there, jumping in that little lane, taking advantage of that throw a little bit behind the receiver.
Buoy calmly moving, little give and go, very nice.
Yep, Mark's in.
And Newland in the front corner, near side for the score. Buoy goes up 3-0.
3-0.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. That was excellent defense, anticipation. It looks like Rainbow's having a little trouble in their offense, getting set and getting open. It's like maybe they need to either start their cuts earlier or not line up as far downfield for the first couple cuts.
Yeah, I thought that the horizontal stack on that last point looked okay depth-wise to start. I think some of it is, well, a good portion of it is that the buoys are taking the first cutaway. And then the second cuts are, you're right, Mike, maybe not quite timed up as well as Rainbow would like. I did, it's unfortunate that they turned it over on that point. You watched that handler there with the disc. She did lock onto her dump. She didn't look away. She kept faking with that person and, until they did get open, which was fantastic. But yeah, you're right though. Once they kind of get stagnant downfield, they don't get the throw moving downfield, and they have sort of gotten stuck a little bit.
They also haven't, now granted it's only been a couple of possessions, but they haven't looked deep yet.
Right.
I'd like to see them at least threaten Buoy deep in the deep space to make them respect those throws.
There was going to be a deep look. 52 was planting to go deep from the middle of that horizontal stack, and he slipped.
Yes,
so,
correct.
And that makes it, the score is 3-0. I know the score across the field over there says 2-0. It is 3-0 Buoys. Rainbow, again, just looking to kind of clean things up. But the buoys are looking sharp to start. No doubt about that.
Buoy will be pulling right to left across your screen from the lobster pot end zone to the vacation land end zone.
And Mike, is it getting brighter out here?
I think we may
is that our friend the sun maybe making an appearance?
I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen it.
It's the field would greatly appreciate some sun to kind of evaporate some of this water.
It has been scorching hot the last couple days here in South Portland. Today is a little bit cooler, but it's also very sticky. Rainbow Showing patience near side. Excellent work by Rainbow here. Excellent undercut there. Good deep look. Oh, just out of reach of the Rainbow player in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah,
that looked like
Lenore.
comfortable offense right there.
Yeah, Lenore just didn't quite have enough in the tank to grab that one, but good offense. Number 3, really driving the train there, Jay Turner. You know, getting things moving for offense for Rainbow.
Oh, unfortunate turnover in the end zone for Buoy. It gives Rainbow a spark right here. I like how Rainbow here is taking their time, getting into their offense, not running to pick up the disc and running back to the line.
I wonder, are they going to go to Jay Turner in the front, or are they going to look at Henny out here who's setting up in the dump space? They're looking for Jay.
No, that is a tough throw.
Yeah, that's just basketball play.
Yeah.
Just, you know, body position. I'm bigger, I know where I'm going, and just, yeah.
I mean, that was excellent defense by the Buoy defender there. It's just, I mean, all you need is one step in a little space.
Yep, and you know, that's the best defense you can do without fouling. So that makes it 3-1. Buoy's still up. Yeah, Rainbow. That was an 0 point for Rainbow, so that was a hold. Buoy's been the only team to get any breaks so far. But, and to go back to something you had mentioned a point or two ago, Mike, about the travel. I mean, the rule for traveling is that the players must stop as quickly as it is safe to do so, I believe is the way the rule is written. So, yeah, and obviously, with the way the water is, it's gonna, you know, stopping safely will take longer, and if it takes you through the puddle, as long as you don't gain an advantage by doing so, I don't think anyone will be too upset about that today. Because I don't know about you, but if I'm going to stand marking someone, I'd rather do so not in ankle-deep water.
That would be. It can be hard to get the feet moving from that.
Yes.
From the mark position.
Yeah.
So Rainbow will be pulling right to left across your screen. On the board now. Let's see what they got for defense. Going to be a little bit of a short pull.
I think they're aiming for the puddles.
I think that's a brilliant move.
Ooh, side look to start from Buoys.
Oh, and Jandro sets up in the dump space right in the puddle. Smart move. Side stack by Buoy. Very easy offense right there. Break the force. Oh, great
nice
grab.
Catch.
That was
Is that Adele?
I think that is Adele Pizzas.
Adele to Esther for the point.
To Devadas in the end zone for a score 4-1 in favor of Buoy. Now, if I may, I have to say Esther is my favorite on the Buoy Association. She is very smart. She's an excellent Frisbee player. She has also helped me with the Cape Middle School program, which was huge because middle school kids are in her wheelhouse. They're not in my wheelhouse. So she was very helpful. Very good coach. The kids really like her.
Awesome. I will take a second while we get set for this point to mention one of our sponsors. We've got, you've seen them on some of the signs across the way on the other sideline. Port Property is one of Maine Ultimate's sponsors. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website, www.portproperty.com.
Not sure if the camera is picking it up, but on the sidelines you will see a couple of shade easy ups from impactmelanoma.org, donating those for the day. So we thank them for their efforts to keep us out of the sun, which is going to come out.
Well, and even, you know, even for those of us, you know, of a certain skin tone and lineage, even today, is one of those like stealth sunburn kind of days where like you don't think you're going to get burned, but you still do. As Buoy comes out in a zone defense look, or at least to start.
Yeah, it's not a tight, it almost looks like we used to call a Bubba zone or a junkyard, but now they're starting to get into sort of a cup. Nice work by Rainbow, taking what's given to him.
It's a different zone look, but it looks like number 0 for the Buoys, Frank, is chasing, and he's forcing the disc to keep going whatever direction it is going in, if that makes sense. So he just keeps it moving toward the rest of his team as the Buoys are staying in it. Their wings are really tight. That's Andrew. Down here is one of the wings, number 7.
That is a risky throw, barely
Nice
up.
catch.
Nicely done by the Rainbow player. Far sideline. Yeah, you're right. Oh,
There it
really?
is.
Oh, that is an excellent defense by the Buoy chaser.
And he's very, Mark Lassard is going deep.
He throws to Miles. Oh, right in the front of the end zone.
Nice cut by Mark.
Oh, you had Lassard and you looked him off.
Oh, you've got to reward the elder statesman for a cut like that.
An elder is the key there. Another
done.
score by the Buoy Association, making it 5-1 over Rainbow. And that was Maxon on the throw there. I have played with him in a fall league or two.
I used to play on a club team called Blackfly with Mark Lassard back in the day. Such a good player. I believe his background initially was basketball, and you can tell by the way he cuts and the way he positions his body. And he's also he was a phenomenal athlete then. He's still a phenomenal athlete now. He can really jump. Yeah, and yet again, very fun person to play Ultimate with. Very positive team player. Yeah, he's great.
And isn't he the official photographer for Portland Rising?
I believe so. Yeah, he is a constant presence on the sideline of any Portland Rising game. Which their season, the Portland Rising semi-professional team based out of Portland, Maine, for their season is over for now, but they'll be back next season with 3 or 4 home games. They play at Fitzpatrick Stadium, right there in downtown Portland.
Hopefully we'll get a redesign very soon.
That would be fantastic.
That press box is abysmal. Buoy Association really in control. What I've seen, Rainbow can move the disc. The last couple points, they've done a really good job of that. What Buoy is doing is they're showing patience on offense. They're taking what's given to them, and they only had the one unfortunate turnover in the end zone.
Well, and you can see this too, and you know, both you and I know from playing on club teams that come to tournaments like this as a lower seed, like Rainbow is, that like there's, you know, all the teams here have talented players on their teams. It's the difference between your lower seeded teams and your higher seeded teams, you know, a lot of times is just how deep those teams are.
Correct.
And so like Rainbow's they can move the disc when the disc is in the hands of a select number of players, but they get bogged down when they have to include the whole line. So
that was a nice over the top throw there. Oh, Buoy!
the highlight play.
And Rainbow with the layout in the end zone for the score.
Turner with the throw, a little kind of a questionable look to begin with. You know, the cutter was really kind of in an in-between zone. He just kind of threw it to space, and he just went to go grab it. That was a phenomenal catch. The highlight reel play so far belongs to Rainbow.
I don't mind that gamble by Newland from the back either. Trying to go and get the disc, just probably could have gotten the disc if he had gone through the player, chose the safe route, and Rainbow player came down with it and had the streaking cutter into the end zone.
Yeah, that was a great catch. I don't have his number listed on my roster, unfortunately, so. But that was a phenomenal catch.
So it is now 5-2, still in favor of the Buoy Association. Ready to receive on the right-hand side of your screen.
And something else that is very helpful to Buoy's offense is when you have a handler with the skill set and the experience of Jared Jondrew, that the dump is always available. No matter what the stall count is, where you are in the field, if you need Jared to be open, he will be open. And that really helps the offense continue to move.
Looking like a side stack out of Buoy. Fake on the deep. Moving back to the middle of the field. Far sideline now. Buoy with a disc. Deep shot into the end zone.
Nice throw.
For the score. That seemed to surprise the Rainbow player. Like no one yelled disc up maybe.
The female matching players on Buoy are very talented players in every aspect of the game.
Revision Energy is Maine's ultimate clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Did you know Revision was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunate Miller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electrical vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. That's revisionenergy, all one word.com.
Cool. Let's see what kind of defense the Buoys have cooked up for this one. They came down in that zone with a chaser or a rabbit, we call them on that last point. Kind of hard to identify exactly what was going on in the second level of that defense, but it was pretty effective. Let's see what they got this time.
You know, it looked like they were just trying to gunk up the near space. You know, force Rainbow to take those deep shots.
To take long throws across the field too.
Correct.
Because they were all really, really tight. But that could also have been a symptom of where where the Rainbow cutters were. But it looks like, as we get the Jaws ensemble going from the Turney Central over there, person defense for the Buoys, horizontal stack for Rainbow, with a poach in the middle.
Oh, and good job by the Buoy defender to leave and gamble, but it does cost.
Well,
with a point for Rainbow. It is now 6-3, still in favor of Buoy. Yeah, that was a good job of the deep defender of the women matching, falling off her person, trying to make a bid for the disc. Even if they don't get there, the presence might be enough to rattle the receiver, make them drop it. And you saw there was a little bit of juggle on both that catch and even the wide open in the end zone.
Well, if they don't, put themselves in a position to make a play defensively, then 52, Daniel Bello probably just doesn't go and get it. He probably just waits for it to come down in the end zone.
Correct.
I'm a little surprised that the Buoy defender decided to poach the lane off of that specific cutter.
Correct.
Given that he's the only one who's consistently threatened the deep space from Rainbow. And I know that we haven't seen Rainbow take that shot yet, which is maybe influencing the poach decision, but I'm a little surprised of all the guys to leave.
Yeah.
That would be, from what I've seen, the last person I would do that off of on the Rainbow roster, because that's the one that they want to make that cut and to throw to.
Especially with a really good handler with the disc in their hand.
Absolutely. It was a like understandable on the surface decision, but when you dive a little deeper, it's like, you know, it's still 6-3, but in a closer game, a play like that can really swing things. So,
Rainbow will be pulling left to right across your screen.
yeah, Rainbow has.
I have referred to it as the vacation land end zone because of the field flag is the vacation land in the left-hand side and lobster pot on the right. Oh, that's going to drift right back in. Nice pull.
Very nice pull.
Near sideline. Looks like Rainbow's now coming out in a zone.
Rainbow's coming out in a flat kind of a zone where they're kind of like their cup is really kind of, yeah, allowing the swings back and forth, but trying to make throws down the middle of the field challenging. So you can see, except they didn't quite get set on that one, and Buoy made them pay right down the center of the zone defense.
Moving the disc, far sideline now.
Rainbow trying to melt back into person defense.
Nice cross the field throw and good reaction by McClellan not to allow the defender to get in front of him. Get the disc, so what if you're outside the end zone, and then just make that little over the top into the end zone for a point. 7-5.
That's phenomenal awareness by Ian, because he was at least 10, 12 feet ahead of his defender initially. And so to still have that awareness when there's that much separation between you and the person who you're marking, like to know where the throw is, the angle that they're taking, you can hear them coming, you know, but like that's really good, because more often than not, you see the offensive player not make that adjustment, and the defender gets a run through D, which, you know, can be a momentum shifter as well. Yeah, that was, you know, a small play in, you know, on the initially, but really, really good.
And, you know, this is what we teach our, you know, high school kids. You run through the disc. You don't wait for it to come to you, and that's exactly what happened. Also, a little bit of trivia on Ian. He is also an observer.
He is.
In his spare time.
So he knows all the rules.
He would never break a rule.
Never.
So Buoy, in the dark, up 7-3, will be pulling. Left side of the screen.
Let's see
it's
what
still
Rainbow has.
Sprinkling out here, but
yeah.
It is very humid.
The sun's trying, but it's not succeeding, and it is kind of sprinkly still, yeah.
And you know, the weather apps lied to us. They said it was supposed to stop by 9. Nice pull by Maxon to the front of the Rainbow end zone. It looks like a semi-ISO offense from Rainbow. Had a deep threat striking, looked her off. Good.
Good job.
Oh, that's a floater, but Rainbow cannot come up with it. Showing good patience, picking up the disc, breaks the force, middle of the field, Buoy association with the disc, now far field. Lots of crispness on those throws. High arcing disc into the end zone, and defended by Rainbow.
Was that a high stall count throw, or was that just a matchup? You know, I like the look. I'm going to throw it up to my buddy. Like, that was an odd choice by the.
I thought it was a little early to throw a jump disc.
Yeah, you know, exactly.
Good job by Buoy taking away the unders. Now Rainbow. Oh, good strike cut there. Cut off by the defender. Still in the middle of the field. Inside throw, still in the middle of the field. Rainbow with the disc.
Yeah, it looks
around
like
their own 20.
Looks like you were right that they seem to be isolating some stuff down the field. It looks to me too that, like, if Buoy's going to be poaching off some cutters down the field, one solution is to put less cutters down the field.
Correct.
So make it harder to poach off them if there's just less people there.
And they're having great success with those strike cuts.
Yeah, the up line is there for them on this point, and they're showing good patience, taking what Buoy's giving them, but now they're stuck. They need some movement downfield. A good mark by the Buoy player, recognizing nothing's happened downfield and marking him for dump.
Now they've got the poach,
And
so
again, poaching.
Rainbow should take advantage of it.
There
But
it
he throws
is.
right into coverage, right into the crafty vet. The lefty, Lassard. Oh, breaking deep. Buoy, middle of the field, just past midfield. Now at about the 8. Excellent cut. Good patience. Oh, and the hammer to the far corner.
Nice throw.
Into the end zone. Buoy takes the half.
Yeah, 8-3, I believe. It's halftime.
8-3. So we will step away for a moment for halftime and allow you to see this ad from Ghost Energy.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
On the grand stage to keep possession.
Huge bid, gets the target.
Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break with
He
ease.
throw it the full 80 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me.
Oh my God!
One of the plays of the year.
And welcome back to the second half of our opening game for Vacation Land 2024. We have the Buoy Association taking on Rainbow. Buoy is up 8-3. Buoy in the dark, Rainbow in the white. We are at South Portland in Wainwright Field or Wainwright Sports Complex. The field is a little wet, but it is drying out. The rain is holding up, and I am Mike, along with my colleague Tom, calling this game for you. And Tom has a word from Discraft for you.
Oh, I do in 1 second. Discraft, home of the Ultra Star, the official disc of USA Ultimate. Your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun. So, the Buoys are pulling to start, a commanding 8-3 lead. Yeah, Buoy's defense has been pretty tight. They've gotten in trouble when they try to get a little too cute, when they try to poach and disrupt throwing lanes. Rainbow has been able to take advantage of those. I mean, they've generated a few turns that way too, but you know, that is, when you do that, it's a roll of the dice. Generally, if Buoy stays true to their person, Rainbow's offense bogs down over time. But
you mentioned it in the first half, and it's worth mentioning again. One of the good things that Rainbow does is when they are going to take the dump or the reset handler, they lock on and they don't go back upfield. They stay with that all the way. It's so important to not change who you're going to throw to. You know, when you get to that high count, lock on, wait for that person to open, and don't go away from them, because that just will cause confusion. Oh, and Rainbow with the turn here. Buoy picking up the disc near sideline.
yeah, Buoy came out with a lot more energy to start on that offensive point. The spacing was good, the timing was better on their cuts, at least for the first half of the field. And a little miscommunication here by the Buoys, just kind of thought the cut was going to happen and it didn't. You know, Rainbow gets to start on offense again.
Good job by Rainbow trying to make their defender set up in the puddle. Nice upfield throw. Oh, deep shot right into the front, just out of the end zone. Rainbow gets the reset and the swing. Oh, that's a tough throw, because when you're throwing across the field like that, at that angle, the disc is going to drift away from the receiver.
That, and the thrower didn't set his feet. He rushed it. Here's a look deep from the Buoys. Way to get it back. That was the Rainbow player who made that unfortunate throw. He gets it right back on defense. Good job, Sam Heldrop.
Yeah, Buoy had Newland deep. Just let the throw go about a half beat too late and allowed the defender to catch up. So Rainbow will take over on their own end line.
Yeah, it also wasn't far enough down the field either. Joe had to slow down. 52 is struggling with his footing for Rainbow. He falls on almost every cut.
Oh, good layout attempt on D by the Buoy player. Still running a horizontal stack offense. Good clear out.
He's gonna, yeah.
Oh, upfield.
There's a high
And
stall
we have a
count.
stall that might be contested.
And there's a stall. It's going to be a turnover either way. So a stall was called. The Rainbow thrower contests the stall because the throw was a turnover. The disc stays where the turnover happened.
Buoy takes over near sideline. Swing it to the far sideline. Again, going deep for Newland, this time out of bounds. Rainbow will take over, far front corner of the end zone. Nope,
that's gonna
it went
come
out
up
of bounds upfield, so
Yeah.
they will take it
where it goes
where
out.
the disc passed the out of bounds line.
Yeah, because it went out of bounds and it never came back into the field, and no one touched it.
Oh, cheeky little throw there.
Good D.
Oh, excellent anticipation by the Buoy defense. Looking for the quick strike and just not able to get.
That is a symptom of a wet disc, because that came out of his hand funny. It didn't have any power.
No spin.
Nothing. It was just a wobbly mess. Great defense by the Buoy player. Is that Alex, I think? Alex well, I believe?
Yes.
They read the cut before the cutter did, and they beat him to the spot.
Oh, trying for the deep shot. Rainbow high and in the middle of the field.
Oh, way to go
jumps
get it.
over the Buoy defender and then continues to the end zone. Rainbow gets on the board first after a long point in the second half.
Daniel Bello again downfield. Not only is he fast, but he's got mad ups too.
Yeah, that was good defense by Miles Maxon just to get up there and contest that throw.
Yep.
The other Buoy defender got lost somewhere upfield because the Rainbow player was streaking deep, wide open.
Yeah, good job by Rainbow getting the first point out of half. That makes it 8-4. That was a long point to start out of half.
Yes, it was.
Because after all that, I believe that was that a hold by Rainbow? Rainbow was.
Yes, they received
Rainbow
the second half pull.
Yep.
And now they will be pulling from the lobster pot end zone, right side of the field.
Yeah, you saw as the point went on and on, the wet field started to be a little more of a factor as they kind of try to grind through that point. Both teams, but that was a good battle. Buoys puts their O-line out there. Jared Johnder has lost the hat. So I guess the hat was more rain protection than sun protection as the sun's coming out.
If you notice, the players on the Buoy Association holding their arms various different ways, whether straight out or kind of strongman. That is to allow the defending team to know the gender ratio and the genders of the.
Yeah, to know who's male matching and who's female matching on the field at that point, so they can match up accordingly.
Oh, nice little throw up the sideline. Still on the near side, Buoy breaks the force. Quick little throw there. Far sideline. Looking to go to this corner. Picked up well by Rainbow. Back to the middle of the field.
Yes.
Oh, nice inside throw there. Nice
Another
break
one.
and excellent inside break throw by David Oss, only to be off the fingertips of the Buoy receiver.
I think the Buoy receiver thought that there was more traffic in that lane than there was and tried to grab it real quick and didn't have a firm grasp of it. Rainbow takes over and starting down the field. They got to get their cutters down the field a little further.
Oh, we've got a deep throw to the middle of the field, and that's open. Waiting.
Timeout was called.
Wisely calls the timeout. So Rainbow calls the timeout there towards the front of the end zone. And Buoy really just needs to kind of get settled because they just don't seem to be focused in this second half.
Yeah.
So we will take this opportunity to tell you about the Lobster Pot tournament. This is probably our, I'd say, flagship tournament, if you will. Maine Ultimate will be hosting the Lobster Pot on October 19th and 20th at Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine, where we are right now. The Lobster Pot will have 3 college men's divisions this year, upper, middle, and lower. 2 college women's division, upper and lower, and a college mixed division. There'll be merchandise tents from Ultimate Companies, Lobster Pot merch, Maine Ultimate merch, Boston Glory merch, Portland Rising merch. Ghost Energy Drinks, one of our sponsors, will be here all weekend long. There'll be food trucks, PB&Me, El Rodeo, 88 Donuts, Vagabond Coffee, my personal favorite. And that is one of my favorite tournaments to do. There are usually 80 plus teams at this sports complex. It's filled and it is a spectacle.
It is a spectacle. It is a mind-bogglingly number of teams and players. Like this entire, I mean, this complex, the sports complex in South Portland that we have the fortune of being able to play at is massive. There's soccer fields and baseball fields and these long strips of fields that are used for a whole bunch of sports, and every inch is taken up by an ultimate field. It is just, as far as the eye can see, just ultimate Frisbee players and fans, and yeah, it's a great tournament. It's a great time, and the Greater Portland Ultimate community here in Maine really comes out to support that event. The volunteers are fantastic. It's a great time. If you have the opportunity to come out and see it, highly recommend it. As we're coming in from the timeout, Rainbow taking over, looking like an isolation setup here in the middle to one of their female matching players to start. A lot of base to work with. Let's see what Rainbow can do.
Oh, and they had the slip.
They had the slip, but they also had a smart poach coming down from the back corner, and Rainbow recognizes it and immediately goes to the opposite side with a blade. But it works, and that makes it, it's at 8-5 now.
8-5.
That's back-to-back points by Rainbow. That's a break for Rainbow. Before we went, right after the timeout was called, Mike, you mentioned that Buoy seems a little bit out of sorts. From my perspective in the first part of the second half, the biggest difference is, well, Buoy made a turnover, and Rainbow immediately went deep down the field. And it seems like Rainbow has identified something that they want to do, and they have been keeping more cutters in the handler dump space and less cutters downfield, giving themselves more room, less poaching opportunities by Buoy, and more, they're just taking deep shots. Even if the throw's not perfect, they're just throwing them. And so far it's working. I would guess that the Buoys are going to adjust moving forward because they don't want this game to get any closer.
Yeah, they have to. Their offense, I mean, even on that last point, the offense looked really good. They were right at the front of the end zone. And again, it was a great throw. And just, as you said, the offensive player feeling the crowd and unable to grab it. Quick turnover, deep down the field. So the Buoy Association in the dark will be receiving right side of your screen. Rainbow getting ready to pull in this suddenly very close game. And the pull is up. Drifting right into at the front of the end zone. And sort of a side stack by Buoy. Oh, quick little give and go there. And a deep throw to, and that was defended well by the Rainbow player.
How familiar is Jared being that far downfield away from the disc?
Yeah, as the deep. That's, I think it surprised him too.
Well, and that's, I believe, is that Kate Powers who threw that, I think, for the Buoys?
Yeah.
I got to play with Kate in the summer league team. There was so much, whoa, big puddle splash. That was great.
Oh, muddy legs, I like it.
I got to play with Kate Powers on a summer league team. They're so much fun. One of the more spirited players I've gotten to play with.
Patience by the Buoy handler, moving it back, faking and getting that front of the end zone for the 9-5 lead now by the Buoy Association.
Good answer by the Buoys. I did like Davidas' little finger point there. Point this way, throw the other way.
Yep.
Classic.
Just really good patience on her part, not in a rush to try and force anything. Again, when Buoy comes out and runs their offense, they're moving the disc really well.
Mm-hmm.
They just need to tighten up on defense.
Yeah, and I would, this is their, a D point here coming out of half, their first one, right? So I would guess that this is where they're gonna make an adjustment to try and make the Hucks from Rainbow much harder to do. Given the line on the field, I would not be surprised if something that looks like that zone they threw in the first half comes back, because that is a way to really make downfield throws more difficult.
Maybe have the, another way to make that a little more difficult is doing a straight up mark for 2 on the players who can huck it.
Mm-hmm.
At least try and take the initial look away and then get your force on.
Yeah, and it's not something that that is super concerning from the Buoy standpoint. It's not something that's been a problem all game. It's the couple of times that they've tried to do something to generate turnovers, they've got caught a couple times. So it's just something that they'll decide as a team if they want to continue rolling the dice like that in this game, or if they want to go back to playing something a little more honest, or instead of taking individual chances by poaching off of specific players, if they want to try a team strategy here to make those downfield throws harder.
Nice pull, floating up to about the 10.
It's
Rainbow,
defense.
middle of the field. Again, coming out in that horizontal stack.
Mark you. Mark you. Alley looking.
Good job by the Buoy defender to try and take away that deep space a little bit. Oh, great run through defense.
Good defense
by the Buoy player.
He almost ended up into our scaffolding. I'm glad he didn't.
Yes.
I didn't really think about how hard it would be to stop coming directly at our metal scaffolding, but it looked like he was going with a lot of speed.
On the near side, deep shot,
Nice throw.
curling back towards the middle of the end zone, but nope. Defended well by Rainbow there.
Oh, the Buoy player has to go get that, attack it. He sat and waited. He read it correctly, but it wasn't his defender that he was worried about. It was the other defender put himself in the picture. He's got to go attack that at the high point it. You got to assume that
Rainbow
someone's
will
coming.
take over in their own end zone.
Under now, Mark. Alex, under.
Good job here right now by the Buoy Association defense.
Robbie, get there. Robbie,
Taking away.
Frank.
Nice job again
Landis, you.
Oh, he almost
by
had it.
Lang.
Landis, you.
Oh, Frank almost had that one. He's really all over the place on defense here.
Landis looking.
He's
Yeah,
making
he
every throw
has to
hard.
be their best defender overall.
Looking, Alex. Under.
Good communication by Buoy.
Landis for home.
Rainbow showing patience again.
Mark, good.
Really opening up the middle of the field by having
Tight. Frank, close.
deep space occupied right now.
Yep.
Oh, and you just can't make that throw on Frank.
No.
Oh, nice cut. Now, got to cut back under. Don't stay in the deep space. Buoy moving the disc near sideline.
Hit, Frank. Hey, let's bounce it.
Good patience by Buoy here. Moving it to the far side of the field. Excellent job by the Rainbow player cutting off that initial look to the end zone.
Yeah, there's a pick call
End zone, Robbie.
in the middle of the field there. I think 52 on Rainbow called the pick, trying to catch up to his mark. Let's see what Buoy's going to do for an end zone offense.
Good patience, not trying to get the immediate
Interesting. He set the
Score,
wrong pivot for
wide
it.
open, but couldn't get it past the mark. Excellent job by that mark
Right back to him.
take away
Yep.
that space, but you can't take away that space. Frank on the far sideline in the end zone for a score. It is now 10-5 in favor of the Buoy Association.
That was the Rainbow defender who was guarding Frank was worried about the disc continuing to come to the near side of the field and like overplayed that way, and Frank went immediately back to the far side and then took off after it, and there was just way too much room, way too much space. That was just easy.
That was really good patient offense by Buoy that time.
Yep. Yep, they started to get a little stuck, and you could hear their teammate Andy in the purple jersey here on the sideline asking them to, or directing them to bounce it, which is a way, you know, referencing to try and bounce it back to the middle. And as soon as they did that, you know, the rest of the point was smooth sailing. That makes it, I believe, 10-5 now?
10-5.
10-5 Buoys. Let's see. While we get this one ready to go, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Portland Rising. Portland Rising is Maine's professional ultimate frisbee team. They're a proud supporter of this tournament, Vacation Land. As a team committed to working with their community to rise together, they are psyched to see the community come together to host so many teams playing Ultimate in their home city this weekend. Interested in playing for Portland Rising, attending a game, or getting involved with the team off the field? Check out www.portlandrising.me.
Also, if you or your company wishes to become a sponsor of Portland Rising or wants to do some sort of promotion in concert with Portland Rising, go to portlandrising.me and contact Chloe for more information on how to get involved. So Rainbow will take over their side of the field around the 20. Buoy playing tight defense.
Yep.
Far sideline. Oh, a little over the top. Good,
Dangerous throw.
good guess by Pit Sauce, but could not get there before the disc. Rainbow now near side of the field, all the way up the field, around the 12. Good movement by the
Yeah.
Buoy disc, or by the Rainbow
Ooh,
disc. And
another nice
great
catch.
grab
Turner
by
with the
Rainbow
layout
player.
catch. On the receiving end from Lenore. Yeah,
And
made
that
that harder
is-
than he needed to, but it works. 10-6 now.
It'll be interesting to see if, you know, Buoy comes out the rest of this game and really shows, for lack of a better phrase, you know, killer instinct. Killer, let's stomp on them, let's end this, let's not let them get any closer.
Yeah, that was good offense by Rainbow on that point.
Oh, it was excellent. They showed patience, they moved the disc quickly.
And it can be hard when you don't, well, like running a horizontal stack and kind of getting ahead of yourself where there's, you know, a lot of players behind the disc or even with the disc. When you get close to the end zone, that's when you're set up like that. That space can be really hard to navigate. And they did a really good job with some tight throws of kind of going sideways and then looking at, you know, Turner for that layout score.
And I mean, he had him. Didn't need to put quite that much on it.
No,
But a point is a point.
exactly.
So Rainbow will be pulling from the lobster pot end zone on the right side of your screen to the left to Buoy in the dark.
Yeah, let's see what they've got. The rain has finally ceased, which is great. Great news. It just continues to be hot and humid.
Yeah, good pull, near side of the field.
Buoy kind of going a little side stack to start.
Oh, good fake, nice under. Excellent work by Buoy.
Nice adjustment in the air.
You know, I really think these buoy handlers, if they play a handler game all the way up the field, they don't even need cutters.
No, and with the players on the field right now, nice catch by Lauren.
Nice layout
That's
at the front of the end
Bacher,
zone,
yeah.
into the end zone for another.
I was just going to say
layout.
that with the female matching players that were on that line, if the buoys wanted to just have everyone else get out of the way and those 3 or 4 just down the field, just easy offense. Like great throws, smart throws. Yeah, just really, really good offense. Great catch too by Lauren Bacher, I think, with that layout catch.
Part of the ultimate game I try and emphasize when I coach my high school kids is finding your mismatches and taking advantage of it and using that as much as you can. And I think that's one area where Buoy can get better as this tournament goes on. They can recognize who's got the mismatch and have them be the primary initiator of the offense.
Well, you know, and even on that point, like I liked what I mean, it looked like they sort of did that. Like they had the one cutter kind of get things moving, and then everyone else kind of stayed out of the way and just kind of let those players, you know, do the heavy lifting down the field. And it was a fantastic point.
And that does seem, yeah, you're right. I think that was the first point where they said, wait a minute, what are we doing? Why are we making this harder on ourselves?
Right. Well,
Let's
because
make this easy on ourselves.
You know, and for that point in particular, the male matching players, once they got halfway past the field, just didn't even get involved.
Yep.
They just stayed away and didn't bring their people into the picture, which is something that, you know, takes some discipline to do. Of just like, no, it's not my time right now.
Yep.
You know, my teammates are awesome and they're gonna rock this point all the way down.
You know, keep yourself ready so that if
Absolutely.
your person poaches off, be ready to move, but let the female matching players who have the advantage, who are marching up the field, just continue.
Yep.
All right,
they
the
go.
pull is up.
Nice pull.
Excellent pull by Buoy into the end zone, about a couple yards in. Rainbow takes over, and now we
here's
are
that
back
zone
to
look
that
again.
zone.
Yep. All right. Similar idea here. They've got it's a 2. You got your 2 in the cup. You got your 2 middles here with their backs to the disc sometimes. 1 deep, and 2 wings. The wings are really deep right now.
Oh, and
because
Lassard
they can be.
almost gets there. Oh, and that's
the
going to
throw.
be too far. And you know, that's all you want out of your zone. Force them to make a mistake.
Well, and that's the way that zone is designed. That's the throw that the zone is forcing. So that's like the offense, you have to hit it, and the defense, you want them to take it. Like, so that's exactly what they wanted to do with that one.
Again, excellent work by the Buoy handlers. Just moving the disc easily, showing patience now, and into the score, into the far corner for a 12-6 lead.
Yeah. But yeah, the way that Buoy zone defense is designed with those 2 members of the cup essentially playing what we would call them bookends. So they're like facing each other basically, making the around throws kind of have to go not just one throw, but having to go backwards first and then around because of where they're set up. And then the middles are a little bit deeper, so they're giving like a, you know, like if you think about like, you know, on like a clock, like they're kind of giving you like a 2 o'clock throw or like a 10 o'clock throw, so like sideways and maybe slightly upfield, but they're not giving anything else in the middle, and they're making you anything to go like flat really hard as well. So like that's you know, it's a good design because those throws are hard, and because the way the offense is generally set up, that throw in those directions is going to be a long throw too.
And what I liked about that zone in that particular instance is when they got an over-the-top throw, the zone didn't panic, they didn't start running around, they just communicated, they got to their spot, they got the mark on, and they stopped the upfield flow.
Yeah, and they've done a good job when that has happened of trying, not always successful, but trying to really get downfield and make sure the downfield people are taken care of first, and let them kind of dump it and swing it and, you know, make sure that they get organized and kind of minimize the damage first. You know, instead of just chasing the disc, they kind of go and make sure that all the other options are covered first, and then they kind of reset on where the disc is. It's good zone defense. You can tell that there's, you know, a lot of experience on this team.
Excellent pull by Buoy to the front of the Rainbow end zone, near field.
He gets down
Again,
there
the
fast.
zone.
A different look now. Now it's a more traditional 3-3-1 look. It looks like, or maybe go a little bit. Adele's kind of in between.
Oh, and a deep shot,
gonna
and
work.
that is going to be
Yep.
caught for the score.
Yeah, that's it looks easy, but that's so Ian's the deep, and where that cut started, like that throw had to be with that kind of pace. There's really not a whole lot Ian can do about it. Like
No, and that's, you know, one of the things you'll often hear, especially as a beginner in this sport, is, oh well, don't throw deep in the zone. Well, no, you can.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to. You just have to work on it in practice so that you know what cuts work against that deep.
and it was timed right, and it was the right. So I'm imagining what Ian was thinking as the deep at when the disc went to that thrower to Turner from Rainbow. Knowing where the cutter was, I would imagine his thought process was, uh-oh. And because it's the right thrower in the right spot with the cut time perfectly, there's, you know, the zone defense would say, it's not Ian's fault. We shouldn't allow the big thrower to get the disc in a spot where they can make a big throw. So,
And the, you know, and one of the ways to really punish a zone is get that disc broken up through the middle of the field, and that's exactly what happened.
that or make that thrower catch the disc going backwards or being flat.
Correct.
So like let them catch it but have the cup there instead of they were able to get it through the cup to the big thrower, and he was able to get the throw off before the cup set on him. So like it was good offense. And that happens sometimes.
Zone, we've said this on every broadcast we've done. Zone is not a good defense. You're just trying to make the offense make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Short pull, middle of the field, on their own half of the field. Buoy takes over. Oh, excellent work by the handlers there. Deep shot, looking to Ian.
There he
Oh,
goes.
great grab. Was he in?
Oh, he was in. Yeah, that was a great grab. You know, again, good awareness, knowing the defender's there and just going and attacking it, high pointing it. You know, I know how high I can jump, and that's higher than you, so I'm gonna go get it.
And that was a nice move by Ian. You saw, if you watch on the screen, he kind of leaned upfield. His defender took it away, so he planted and took one step back like he was making the under, just to get that little bit of separation, then took back up off field. All he needed was a step and a really good throw. He knew he could out-jump the defender. That was excellent work by Buoy to go up 13-7. It looks like we have a timeout.
Timeout on the field called by the Buoys. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of, you know, positive takeaways for Rainbow as we get closer to the end of this game.
Absolutely.
You know, they've, you know, it's hard coming in as a lower seed and not really, you know, not quite sure like how well you might hold up to some of the more talented teams. It hasn't been a walk in the park for the Buoys. At times it looks like it, but as the, you know, as far as the whole game is concerned, like the Buoys have made their share of mistakes. They've had to work, and Rainbow has, when they are able to stick to their offensive identity, which from what I've seen is open deep space, you know, get the disc to your throwers and let them go downfield with it. Like, you know, when you have that option on offense, you can flip the field position, which is helpful for your defense. And it makes the rest of offense easier, because when you can hit the deep shots, the other team has to respect it because you can score points in a hurry that way, and it makes the underneath plays easier to access. So I think, you know, if they can come out and establish that early, which, you know, it took them the half to do it, if they can do it early in the game for the rest of the tournament, they might find it to be a little bit easier on themselves on offense.
I also think it may have benefited them from at least a mental standpoint to get this higher seed first game. You know, they haven't established a rhythm yet. You don't know if, you know, not all of us are morning people, right? So maybe there's a couple, some heavy feet, some heavy legs, people who are not mentally awake and fully focused. And so that can benefit a lower seeded team at times early in the day as opposed to late in the day where they've established a rhythm, they've got their offense going, their defense going, their lines are flowing.
Well, and you know, as a veteran of playing for lower seeded club teams at various tournaments throughout the Northeast, the teams that I used to play for, we didn't have the same practice schedule of some of the higher ranked teams and stuff, so it would take us a game or two to really feel like we're back in it. You know? So like our best game of the day was usually game 3, because the first game was the warm up, the second game was ironing out the kinks, and then the third game was like, this is our potential, like this is how good we really are, and then the fourth game was we need to work out more, we're tired. Yeah, so here's the Rainbow starting on offense.
A bunch of old married people.
This was even before that.
Oh, excellent read by the Buoy defender there. Great give and go. Oh, got the open person. Moving it back to the middle of the field. Showing patience. To the far corner. In the end zone. Makes it a little difficult, but an excellent job coming down with that disc for now a 14-7 lead for Buoy.
We have a term for that. It's called gratuitous. You made that way harder than necessary. I'm just kidding. It was like one of those like high throws that maybe is hard to read. You go up to try to get it, it's out of your reach. But great job coming, like landing back down and then still being able to go back, you know, and lay out to get it. Great focus, good job.
And not going, you know, not giving up on the disc.
Exactly, not giving up, and it's you know, it's harder than it looks to like jump up in the air, land back down, and immediately lay out sideways. Like, you know, it's an athletic play.
And, you know, not break.
Right. Not, you know, be able to get back up again afterwards. You know, exactly. That makes it 14-7.
14-7, Buoy in the dark. We'll be pulling right to left across your screen to Rainbow in the white, hoping to get the break. I would expect Rainbow to have a deep look right off the bat here.
Oh, I wonder who it's going to go to, do you think?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
He's on the field. Bello is on the field, number 6.
Well.
6 from the left is probably going to him. But yeah, like, you know, this is, you know, make up some point diff, you know, some, you know, offensive pride here. Yeah, like, just like go out, you know, make your cuts, make your good throws, score one more.
Hopefully the offense will, you know, if that's their plan, will look, and if it's covered up, they won't force it. They'll just work the disc all the way up the field. That's what you want out of this offensive point is, are you making the right decision with the disc?
This group that's played on this Rainbow line has tended to be some of the more patient group. So I would anticipate them to stick to that.
And the disc is up, floating down right to the front of the end zone, far side of the field.
Zone.
Oh,
Zone from
well, that
Buoys.
might take away the initial deep look.
It makes it a little harder for Rainbow to get loose in the deep space.
Oh, that was an easy throw around the mark. Rainbow trying to work the middle of the field.
Look at that.
And just did not see that.
Well, he came all the way from the back. There was a too deep zone look, and he came back from the way deep space. Great recognition.
I don't know if you realize this, but Jandro just broke again. Oh, excellent work.
He's there again. Nope. What did Jared get hurt? No. Did you say Jared broke? Oh, he made a break.
Oh, there he goes. Broke again.
Broke again. Yeah. That's he's a high level thrower of the disc, no doubt.
His moves are, I'm going to break the mark, or I'm going to give and go quickly.
Exactly.
And that's been his game for as long as I've played against him, which has been a long time now.
That's all we've got for this one. Final score 15 for the Buoys and 7 for Rainbow. Good start to the day, a little wet to begin with, but yeah, it's hopefully conditions only improve from here. This was a good first game. I'm looking forward to doing a couple more. We'll be back here for round 2 in a little while. Hope to see you there from Vacation Land here in South Portland. I'm Tom with Mike. We'll see you guys again soon.
Thank you for joining us.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
I can
Welcome
do that.
to
Hold on. Let me take some
Wainwright
notes
Field
here.
Complex in South Portland, Maine. We are at Vacation Land, and we have, sponsored by Maine Ultimate, we have Colt out of Central/Hartford, Connecticut, and Haymaker out of Chicago. Yes, they came all the way to Chicago to play in Vacation Land, which is awesome. So they get a live stream. I am Mike Callahan along with my colleague Tom Myers. Tom, how you doing today?
Hi, good. Sorry about the intro there. I was chatting with one of the Colt players. I'm sure you can probably hear them down below us. They have a very loud and boisterous sideline. It's I'm excited to call this game. These are two talented teams, and the rain should hold off for a good chunk of the rest of the day. So we get to see some good ultimate.
The puddles in the field already look smaller, which means we had a lot of rain early this morning and in a very short period of time. So the fields were in a little bit of rough shape, but they're doing better now. It's a warm day, overcast, and
It's really humid.
we have apparently two dark teams, but they are very different dark colors. We have Haymaker in the red, pulling from the right to left, to Colt on the left of your screen in the black with the gold numbers.
Here we go. Colt coming out with a side stack to start. Looks person defense for Haymaker. Way to track that down by 0. Brian Foreman running that one down for Colt.
Near sideline, still on the near sideline. Deep shot into the end zone, and that's going to be a score for Colt.
Beckman to Smith for the score for Colt. 1-0. Great look down the field there. Yeah, so Colt from, as Mike said, from Connecticut. Been around for a while, I believe at least since 2015, maybe even a little bit longer. Talking to one of their players before the game, they had a really good Boston invite. They said they played well. They're happy with their progression throughout the season so far, and their goal for this year as a team is to make day two of regionals. So I think that's a very achievable goal for a team of their talent.
They used to be Colt 45, named after the Colt building in Hartford. Unfortunately, not after the malt liquor. Then they changed their name to Night's Watch for a while. They should have changed it to the Billy D. Williamses. For those of you who might be beyond your age bracket, since you are on YouTube, look up Billy D. Williams Colt 45 and you will come up with awesomeness.
Well, and the Colt gun manufacturer used to have a factory in Hartford, Connecticut, so that's where they made the iconic Colt 45 revolver.
And I do like Hartford. I've been there a couple times. It's got some nice little places to eat, nice little communities, and the pull is up from Colt.
Nice and high.
Oh, that's going to float right back towards the corner of the end zone. That is a great pull.
Great pull. Horizontal to start from Haymaker here. Good break throw.
Oh, that's going to be an under? Nope.
Lots of space for this up line.
Get in front, get in front, get in front. Good.
Near sideline, Haymaker. Wow, they've got some tall people on that Haymaker squad.
Alex, you're every other.
Oh, I like the initiation from the front of the stack there. Excellent
Nice
job.
cut.
And Colt walks it into the far corner of the end zone to tie the game at 1. Or Haymaker, sorry.
Yeah, easy offense on that one. Really under control. Nothing too risk-taking, just taking what the defense gives them. Two really good offensive holds here by both teams. Yeah, so Haymaker making the trek. I think they're which is further from here, Florida or Chicago? Close, huh?
Mileage-wise, that's a really good question.
Because we have a Florida team here as well, but both of them are kind of vying for furthest away.
I think
for this
Florida
tournament.
is because it took me longer to drive from Florida to Maine than it did from Chicago to Maine.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's a fantastic way to, come out here, play some Frisbee, enjoy the Maine summer, which is probably fairly similar to a Chicago summer, but I don't know, I'm a little biased. I think the Maine summer is a little bit better.
Especially where we are on the coast, we get a little bit more of a breeze, a little less of the humidity.
Yeah. I mean, they have the lake too out there, but.
And I will say, for those of you watching this, if you're in the Chicago area and you ever have the opportunity to go to the Shed Aquarium and you haven't been, you must be insane, because it is one of the best aquaria in the country. And Colt takes over off the pole, near side.
A little horizontal to start, kind of shifting to a little more of a side look here. They're kind of isolating, and kind of oscillating their cuts in like a counterclockwise kind of a direction here.
Colt walking it up the field, near side. Oh, over the head of the Haymaker defender. Great throw.
Wow, that's why you could say he threw him open. Like, he was not open on that cut, but that throw and the curve that he put on it was perfect. That's, again, Luke Smith on the receiving end. And I believe that was Farrell, I think, who threw that. Timmer Farrell on the throw. Fantastic offense. Not bad defense by Haymaker, just that throw was perfect.
Sometimes you play good defense and it's a good throw.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a good cut, sometimes it's a good throw. Nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, well done by Colt.
If you are watching at home, you may notice, if it comes into view on the far sideline, a couple of easy up tents to provide shade for when the sun does eventually come back out from impactmelanoma.org. We would like to thank them for helping sponsor this Vacation Land tournament. They've also supplying sunblock for the players.
Fantastic. I think we'll need more of that tomorrow than today, but I need sunblock regardless of the conditions.
Yeah, we applied some.
Or time of day.
Yeah, we applied some in between games because the sun started coming out. Even then, for those who don't know us, we're both kind of pasty white, and sunblock is our friend. Colt pulling the Haymaker. Another good pull.
I
A
love
little
this
bit of a roll.
Haymaker player in the handler position. I love his hat, like an old school taxi driver type of hat. It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I can't pull that hat off.
No, I can't either. My little brother can, but I cannot.
Nice work by Haymaker, working the unders, near side of the field. Quick give and goes, excellent work. Now far side of the field.
A little miscommunication on Colt there they were switching on defense to try and shut some of that down.
And we have our first turnover.
First turn, yeah. Just a little bit too much pace on that throw by Haymaker.
And that was a good job by the Haymaker marker to take the initial huck away. Now Colt, far side of the field. Working the disc. Oh, nice hammer across the field. Oh, and the Haymaker player flashing in front may have distracted the Colt.
It's a hard catch when you have a big tall guy running right in front of you like that, trying to focus on a hammer that had some pace to it too. Sands just having a tough catch. Straight up mark here by Antonio. There's a collision in the stack downfield there.
Haymaker, middle of the field, in the puddle. Again,
85.
85, Latson is all over the field.
He is
open every time he cuts.
Haymaker in general, their downfield cuts are generating a lot of space.
Oh, another excellent throw. This time from Schleif into the end zone to even up the score
2-2
for Haymaker.
Yeah, 85 for Haymaker. His timing is great. It helps having really long legs, covers a lot of distance with every one of his steps. But yeah, he's open in any direction, and you got to see a little bit of a couple different meshings of styles of offense there with the downfield cuts coming under. Quick give and goes at the handlers. Haymaker's been able to swing it around when they want to. You know, like if they do get stuck on one sideline, they just kind of go right back around to the other side. So far, really good offense. One little miss throw there, but yeah, the offenses from both teams are looking real good.
And that point was caught by Scott. So we have a lot of good offense so far and some pretty good defense at spots. It's just hard, you know, good offense almost always beats good defense in this game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you hear in football and basketball that defense wins championships. More often than not, in Ultimate, it is the offense.
It's a very, the sport is just weighted more toward the offense. Even like all the rules kind of benefit, you know, the offense. Yeah, it's, I mean, teams with good defenses obviously do very well, but it is a hard sport to play consistent good defense, you know.
Because the offensive person knows where they're going, and you have to react.
Mm-hmm. Here goes Colt. Let's see what they got for offense. Now we're going split stack from Colt to start.
I like it. A couple different offenses, nice to see.
A little poachy from Haymaker off of the other handler there to kind of shut down some of that. There's a call. It's like either contact or a foul somewhere on the mark, I think. Oh no, it's these two gentlemen discussing right here. Haymaker 56 and Colt, I can't see his number, but the black visor. Some contact on the cut there. It's like, it looks like the stall count reset to 0, I think.
I liked that conversation though. There was no heatedness to it. It was just nice and calm, and excellent little under the mark throw by the Colt player. Looking back to the far sideline now. Far side of the field, Colt with the disc.
You can see those last two throws from Colt have been to wide open people, but that's because the Haymaker defenders downfield are dropping into the lane to shut everything down and giving up the big swings that don't really hurt their defense that much.
Colt working that far sideline,
right up
trying
the
to
line.
get the strike cut into the corner.
36-31, Schulman to Glickman for the score for Colt.
And it is now 3-2 in favor of Colt.
I'll take a second here in between points to tell you about one of our sponsors. Port Property is a proud sponsor of Maine Ultimate. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at www.portproperty.com. When I first moved to Portland after grad school, I rented an apartment through Port Property.
Fly
and
with
it was
caution.
A fantastic experience.
They are a longtime sponsor of summer leagues and tournaments here, so they're a good partner.
Yeah, like they were really responsive to any issues that I had in the apartment building I was in. They made the whole experience easy, simple. Yeah, I've only good things to say about Port Property, and their buildings are well kept, they're clean, well maintained. Yeah. Here we go, back to the action. Colt pulling to Haymaker.
Another good throw deep into the end zone.
Wow.
But not out. Haymaker takes over near their back line, trying to get the Callahan, no relation. Haymaker not getting panicked by being in their own end zone. Oh, but a great. Yeah, we are going to have a call here. He's going to call.
He's going to call foul.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to call foul. He thinks they're going to contest it and send it back. That's, the Haymaker player thought that he stopped rotation. Colt guy came back in and made a good D. I mean, that's why the contest rule's in play there. Good call, good contest, and here we go.
And good conversation again. Not heated, just calm, maintain their heads. Good to see. Spirit of the game is still, in my opinion, very important in this sport. All right.
I do think that disc might be a little wobbly though.
It might be a little taco. That's fine. Oh.
Good bid.
Haymaker
That's
still
McGovern.
trying to get it. Colt really clamping down on defense now.
McGovern really wants that Callahan.
And you may hear it from the sideline, too deep. That means that the cutters are starting way too deep, and that was certainly the case. Now they're starting to move the disc.
There we go.
Haymaker near side. Midfield now. Oh, almost got the D on the flash by.
Yeah. Haymaker going to their end zone play
Oh,
call well
floaty,
outside.
floaty disc, but the tall man wins.
Those are two very, very tall guys. They're going battling it out here. A pick has been called downfield. The stack's a little clustered, I guess. Little pockets of players together.
Little jumbly. Oh, inside throw, high throw, stays with it, and
Nicely done.
point in the corner of the end zone for Haymaker to even it up at 3.
Yeah. Again, the offenses are just going. Like, they will not be denied.
You know, that's why you back up plays. That's, you know, when I used growing up playing baseball, my dad always coached me, you know, if you're in the outfield, back up the play in case something happens.
And
Same is true for Ultimate.
And in Ultimate, sometimes the disc can float for what seems like forever. It just stays up there. So like, if it's in the air, it's yours. Go get it. Good job by Haymaker sticking with it. This game might, I mean, at this pace, be whoever generates a break might be the difference in this game, because these offenses are not being stopped at all.
And that was probably the best defense we have seen so far, and that was out of Colt. They were really trying to keep Haymaker hemmed into their own end zone, and they did a good job. And Haymaker, couple of questionable throws there, but overall showed enough patience to get the disc out of the end zone. Again, we got to see those cuts from that stack start closer when it's that deep.
And that Colt pull, putting him in the back corner like that, like just the difference in the field where you start on the field can really make the offense kind of play a little differently, play a little more conservatively. Like, and it stayed up in the air for so long that Colt was able to cover and get their defense set. And it was in the back corner of the end zone.
So Haymaker in the red, pulling from our lobster pot end zone to Colt in the black in the vacation land end zone, right at the front of the end zone. Middle of the field now.
Ooh. We'll poach you off of that side handler again.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, he's way in. He's guarding him out there, but he's way under, and now he's forgotten about him. But that's okay. Like, that's, you know, if you're gonna muddy up the whole center of the field, then you'll live with a blade. Like these throws,
That's
fine.
going to be that.
Haymaker's okay with these throws happening.
It would be a little bit better with some wind. Oh, great D by Haymaker, but better offense by Colt there. Another crossfield blade. I love it. Far sideline now. About the 12. Oh, another blade. Oh, that was a great offense. A great catch by the Colt player.
Wow, Timmer Farrell with go-go gadget arms.
Oh my goodness.
And he kept his feet in the end zone too.
You know, that was a little bit like we saw in the earlier game, you know, going after the disc, being aggressive and attacking the disc.
Yeah, I didn't see who threw it. I think it was 31. I think Glickman. I'm not sure. Tight window for sure, but Timmer making it happen. Looks like maybe a timeout, I think. But does that make it 4-3, Mike, score?
Yes.
4-3?
I'm sorry, I have 5-3.
5-3 in favor of Colt?
I may have missed that one. Yeah, it is 4-3.
4-3, yeah, because no one scored back-to-back points yet.
Correct.
So
And there's been no
4-3.
breaks.
No breaks. So 4-3 Colt going to the timeout, and Mike is going to tell you about another one of our sponsors.
Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Did you know Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunate Miller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it is friendly, inclusive sport for everyone, with a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electrical vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. That is revisionenergy, all one word, .com. They are, again, another one of our longtime sponsors for Maine Ultimate.
And while we're getting reset over here, as Haymaker comes out of their huddle, I'll give you one more message from Discraft Ultimate, the home of the Ultra Star, the official disc of USA Ultimate. Your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com, where we make flying discs fun. Discraft makes the Ultra Star, which is tournament approved. It's used at every level of Ultimate, from summer leagues and fun backyards, all the way up to world level competition. Fun little thing about that too, a competitive company, Innova, made their own mold of an Ultimate Frisbee disc called the Pulsar a couple of years ago, and while it was tournament approved, players didn't like it. And Innova spent a lot of money in research and development. They made it more aerodynamic and they made it fly faster and more true. Whereas the Ultra Disc has its own, the Ultra Star has its own flight characteristics, and players didn't like the quote-unquote better disc from Innova, and they went back to using the Ultra Star. It's just,
and part of it is you grow up playing with one disc, and then all of a sudden it changes, and it's like, oh, I'm not sure I like this or not.
Yeah, exactly. It flew very differently.
That was another good pull. That'll roll a little bit. Haymaker takes over in their end zone. Now they're at the middle of the field, about the 10.
Kind of their stack set up a little sideways, a little bit on the far side, but Colt, again, right in the hip pocket of the Haymaker cutters. Really discouraging cuts from happening at all. 69 there, Antonio, a little bit on the poachy in the lane, didn't have to be, and opened up that throw. That's the only way Haymaker's moved down the field yet.
I got to tell you, Haymaker, when they go to their horizontal or side stack, it's just not working for them. The vert stack, it's working for some reason. Oh, high blade towards the, great high point by number 92, Samuel Devine, to grab that disc and even it up at 4.
That Sands really, great defense by Colt there. It's right up with him, you can't do a whole lot more than that. And I love the teammates for Colt of congratulating their teammate on a fantastic defensive effort, even though you didn't get it. That's how you coach it. That's what you want to do. So that makes it 4-4, right, Mike?
4-4.
Still tied. Still no breaks.
He did try and high point it, but sometimes people are just taller than you.
Yeah, that. Given, as someone with, as I like to say, negative jumping ability, I was always I know where my high point is, and everybody else's can just, when I'm not even thinking of jumping, they're already in the air, making the play. It must be nice being able to jump that high, but I've never experienced that.
It must be nice to be able to jump.
Yeah. I only had that's why when it was windy, I had a lot more fun because I was very good at reading the disc. So I let them jump around and I would just go where the disc was going to end up.
That's one thing we haven't mentioned yet today is how dead the air is. There's been very little breeze today. So every thrower has every throw they want.
And that's, you can see when Haymaker in particular was making Colt make those cross-field throws, Colt's happy to oblige, because there's nothing is affecting those throws at all.
Again, they're coming out in kind of a handler zone person upfield.
Yep.
And now they go back to person.
They're trying to switch it down the field and they got a little confused.
Unforced error.
Haymaker dodges a bullet there because they were outnumbered. They were trying to switch and they didn't have enough defenders in that section of the field. That was going to be a point for Colt.
So Colt gets the quick turnover. Oh, but they get the turnover back.
Get it right back. Again, intense defense by Colt.
Oh, that's a good handler movement right there. Middle of the field, right around midfield.
Ooh, he got a piece. 96 got a piece of that high release flick.
I don't like high releases because you often don't get enough on them.
Trying to get it back.
Oh, I like that throw. That is
too much.
pretty, but it might be too much.
Not too much. He's good.
Oh, no.
He's good.
Colt player calls him in.
Yep.
Oh, we have a travel call.
Oh, the travel. The travel on the Huck.
Which, if I'm being honest, is probably actually a travel.
We just had a Colt player on the sideline say veteran call.
Ghosh
That's one word for
did
it.
take a little bit of almost a bunny hop there.
Good spirit by the Colt defender down the field of calling the Haymaker player in. I do think he was in, but it doesn't matter because of the travel call.
Again, I love the conversations that are happening on the field. No one's getting torqued up or really angry or aggressive. They're just having discussions. That's what Ultimate's supposed to be about. Oh, good up. Oh, just out of reach of the layout by Basson. Far sideline
Just a
now.
little too much pace on that throw. Beckman looking for a swing.
That was a good mark. Colt on the near side of the field.
15 Florian is a lefty. And he got that. Oh, nice bid.
Oh, that was a nice bid, but Colt comes up with it.
Around to Schulman.
Still on the near side of the field.
Ellis on the under. Over to Foreman again on the other side of the field. Foreman's everywhere.
Nice strike cut there. Far sideline now. Moving it back to the middle of the field, reversing the field, getting some movement.
Good patience between these three. Foreman, Schulman, Beckman there. Foreman again.
Good defense there.
It's the same three guys swinging it back and forth.
Yep. That's a pick.
Yep. It's a pick
And
call.
it will be a call.
Yep. As it should be. Yeah, that was number 22 there gets like a salmon swimming upstream there against everybody else moving to the near side. He's going the other way. His defender's gonna run into somebody.
And picks are normally inadvertent, but they're still illegal. They're still naughty.
Colt's got a player in the back corner of the end zone with his hands up, and if you want to throw it to me, you can.
But Colt showing patience, walking it along that front line of the end zone, and now finally to the wide open player at the back line of the end zone.
To Ellis. Schulman, number 36, he probably ran like, I don't know, 160 yards on that point. He was just from one sideline to the other, just swinging it back and forth. He was on this sideline, then he's over there, he's back again. And Ellis just firmly planted in that back corner, just waiting for the disc to arrive.
No one is around. Please throw it to me.
Are we tied up again, Mike? Is that fives?
No, it is 5-4.
5-4.
Colt.
This is why I was never
In
the
the dark.
scorekeeper on my Ultimate Frisbee team. I could never keep track of what the score actually is.
I can keep track of it. I choose not to.
Oh, I just can't. I tried. I was asked to. I was tasked with it, and I still couldn't do it.
It's funny because at the level that I coach at, the high school level, oftentimes I'll be on the sideline, whether with the A boys, the B boys, or the girls matching, and inevitably the question is, what's the score? What's the score, coach? I don't know. I don't keep track of the score. I keep track of how you're playing. Don't interfere with my commentary, Rich. Having a little fun with the overall tournament director, Rich Young here. Colt, getting ready to pull.
Even though we can't keep track of the score, we do know what the score is.
Yes.
And the board across the way has been updated. It looks like the Colt score is, even though they're both wearing dark jerseys, the Colt score is the dark score, 5, and the light score is the Haymaker score.
Another great pull deep into the end zone. Haymaker able to start moving the disc.
A more traditional vert stack by Haymaker. Some
I
players
like
starting
the
to slip.
initiation from the front.
A couple of slips happening. I think we might be getting to that point where it's really humid and it's drying up, but it is still really slick.
Haymaker now in front of their own end zone, trying to get the back across the field. Again, initiating from the front is where they're having success.
Ooh, bummer. Came out of his hand poorly. From the release, it had some angle and was too low.
It looked like he almost tried to reel it back in before he threw it, and it just slipped out of his hand. Colt now with a chance to break, but the defense of Haymaker. Oh, we have a foul call. Oh, I contest that.
Ooh, that's
I contest that.
questionable foul call. But what'll end up happening is they'll have a discussion and maybe eventually they'll send it back. Yeah, that was
Again,
if there was contact. It's hard for us to say being 50 yards away, but if there was some contact, it seemed incidental. It looked like 85 on Haymaker just legitimately beat him to the disc. But
yeah, if I'm on, I understand both calls. You know, if I'm on offense and I think he bumped me off to prevent me, I'm going to call that. And on the other hand, if I'm on defense and don't think that, I'm going to contest.
it looks like from the discussion, it looks like the Colt player has withdrawn their foul call. So Murray has taken the foul call back, and it is a turn. Good spirit from both sides to kind of come to an agreement there that people are happy with, or at least getting to an understanding. As Haymaker just playing catch with the handlers as their cutters downfield are getting nowhere against this Colt defense.
Haymaker, middle of the field. Now, if it's me, and I'm in the middle of the wet field, I'm standing in the puddle to make my defender stand there because I know I'm not going to beat them.
Good throw to
With
space.
speed, I'm going to try and beat them with them clogging up the puddle.
Number 92 with the smoking gun celebration after that throw for Haymaker.
That was an excellent job. Again, really high throw to Johnson in the middle of the end zone.
Thrown to space, up over the stack, up over the defender. I think if you were to ask 92, he'd want it higher and farther back because it kind of wobbled out of his hand. But it worked. There's nobody back there. You trust your receiver, and then you get to celebrate afterwards.
One of our sponsors, you'll notice on the sideline, Impact Melanoma. They are providing shade for this field, and they're also providing sunblock for all the players here, which I'm sure will be needed over the course of the day. Also like to thank Ghost Energy for their contribution of Ghost Energy drinks to the Players Lounge and to our most important videographer crew. And so 5-5, exciting game, really, really well played.
Yeah, a lot of layouts for stuff. The defense is really intense, and generally the offense has been really well executed. Tell these guys practice a lot together. They play a lot. It's been a really fun game, and yeah, there have been some calls, but there've been discussions, but I wouldn't say arguments. I would say just discussions about the rules and what you see, and yeah, it's been really, really good to see that at this level.
And still no breaks.
Still no breaks.
Limited turnovers and no breaks. Good pull to the middle of the end zone on the far side. Now just outside the end line. Oh, good movement by those handlers. Colt moving it up the far side of the field. Haymaker trying to take the deep looks away. That strike cut is going to be open in the end zone. On the far side of the field, in the far corner.
33, Timmer Farrell to Glickman again. Another good connection by Colt. Haymaker got a little caught with a poach, like off the pull. They're forcing backhand, so forcing to the far side of the field, and then their defender, who's over there, is playing in the lane. And that's great to do as long as you can then make up the distance to the person you're supposed to be covering. And what ended up happening on that point is they got lost. The Haymaker defender got lost in his poach trying to guard space, and the person he's supposed to cover blew right by him up the line, and that triggered triggered the offense down the field for Colt. Because they were kind of stuck, and then the poach got lost.
And you could see this, this upline strike cut happening, and once the Colt player got a step, it was over.
Yeah. 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 So when that poach from Haymaker is done correctly, you see what was happening earlier, when all Colt had on offense was big swings all the way around the field. That's when that poach is being done effectively. It's shutting down the downfield cuts, and all Colt can do is go sideline to sideline horizontally. But this time, Colt really attacked the poach from the handler position and really kind of nullified it, and they were able to score on it. So I'm intrigued to see the next time Haymaker plays defense, do they do something different? Because it looks like Colt might have solved that lane poach.
And we got a Blady pull to the end zone. Oh, it looked a little bit of a travel there. Haymaker with the disc, far side of the field.
He's doing it.
Going deep, 285, and that's going to be a point.
Well done.
Once again, Latson with the equalizer for Haymaker. And that was from, you'll notice Scott being one of their successful deep throwers. He's putting it to space and letting his guys run onto it.
Absolutely. I'm going to take a second here to tell you about another upcoming tournament that Maine Ultimate is hosting. The Lobster Pot. Maine Ultimate will be hosting the Lobster Pot on October 19th and 20th right here at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. The Lobster Pot will have 3 college men's divisions this year, upper, middle, and lower, 2 college women's divisions, upper and lower, and a college mixed division. Merchandise tents, filled with product from Ultimate companies, Lobster Pot branded merchandise, Maine Ultimate branded merchandise, Boston Glory merchandise. They're an professional Ultimate team in Boston. Portland Rising merchandise, the local professional Ultimate team here too. Ghost energy drinks will be there all weekend long. Food trucks like PB&Me, El Rodeo, 88 Donuts, and Vagabond Coffee, and 2 live stream games per round. So you can watch us, or you can watch our friends on the other live stream. Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic tournament. Teams from all up and down the eastern half of the U.S., college teams from everywhere. Yeah, like 70-something, 80-something teams. Yeah, it's a huge tournament.
I'm hoping they do the obstacle course again this year.
They usually do an obstacle
It was a little
course,
unsuccessful last year, but that was due to weather. Although someone did get stuck in the obstacle course somehow. Again, another pull into the end zone. Colt takes over, middle of the field. Split stack. Now side stack.
Foreman wide open.
Nice under there.
The Haymaker defenders are caught in a trailing position off of that side stack.
Yeah.
And they're getting beat really badly to the open side, the side that's supposed to.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
It came out of his hand funny. Maybe it was wet, maybe it slipped. His weight was also kind of going backwards as he tried to force that backhand, but an unfortunate error by Colt. And a timeout.
Haymaker wisely calls the timeout.
They know that this point is important. This is an opportunity this is an opportunity for a break, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be the first break of the
That's
game.
why they're calling the timeout here. Is this this very well could end up being the difference in the game if Haymaker can punch this break point in.
And we've seen in the past, in this game, when there's a turnover, the other team just dials it in and focuses and gets the disc back to avoid the break. Maybe now, with this timeout, it allows Haymaker to kind of maybe get into the heads of the Colt players a little bit and get them not to be as focused by taking a little break.
And like, so as you've mentioned, that when there's been a turnover in this game, it has tended to be turned over really quickly right after that again. And so by taking this timeout, Haymaker is able to get into the offensive set that they want from the very beginning, because after a turnover, that's when the offense can be, especially if they're trying to move too fast, can be a little out of sorts and not really in their offensive set. And the defense can take advantage of that confusion, which is what we've seen so far in this game. This way, Haymaker will come out of this timeout in exactly what they want to look like, have their cutting order ready to go, and hopefully preventing the immediate turnover again.
Looking to watch more Ultimate? Check out Portland Rising, Maine's professional Ultimate Frisbee team. Founded in 2019, Portland Rising is on a mission to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Portland Rising is part of the Premier Ultimate League, a league committed to achieving equity in the sport of Ultimate by increasing accessibility to the sport and visibility of women, transgender, intersex, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender fluid people through high-quality competition, leadership experiences, and community partnership. Visit www.portlandrising.me to learn more about team and gear up for the 2025 season. If you or your company wishes to be a sponsor of Portland Rising, I highly recommend it. Go to portlandrising.me. And if you want to do some promotions, go to portlandrising.me and get in touch with Chloe Rouse.
Really, Haymaker comes out in a side stack to start, and Colt is really poachy. The sideline's really loud, but they're really poaching on defense. Now they're getting back into it being a little more honest. But Colt with a real good strategy to take away Haymaker's preferred offensive set out of that timeout.
Yeah, it looked like Haymaker was looking for either one quick strike or a quick strike up the field to a deep shot, and Colt was all over it.
Yeah, they were trying to twice isolate this gentleman, 34 here, to start. And the way Colt set that poachy D up, it took them out of their game plan. And now the turnover, turnover back to Colt. Colt trying to stay on serve here.
So Colt takes over, middle of the field. Oh, now working near sideline. Deftly moving around the hat. And that's going to be a point.
Timmer to Glickman again. That is the combination for Colt. I think it's at least 3 times that those two have hooked up. And number 31, Glickman, knows where the camera is. He knows.
Well, to be fair, there is only one tower here.
Still though, we haven't seen someone go right at the camera like that. That was pretty hilarious. Well done by Colt. They stay with the hold, so it's 7-6.
Haymaker looking to answer out of this.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great idea by Haymaker to use that timeout. You might as well try it. It's just, good coaching by Colt and a good trust in your D-line that's on the field. Be willing to put something that's really poachy and really kind of switchy, trusting your D-line to communicate and navigate through that stack and switch effectively to really shut down the play that Haymaker, I'm guessing, but most likely Haymaker had a play ready to go off of that timeout, and you saw all Haymaker could do was go. I mean, they pushed Haymaker backwards. They had to back up 15 yards just to kind of get back into sorts, and then they turned it over.
Yeah, again, an unforced error too. That was the unfortunate thing. Slipped through the hands, and Colt capitalized. So Colt.
Quarter this time, but they're going to cover though, which is what they want. Get their defense set up. Oh, they're switching the force up too now. They're forcing, Colt now forcing to the middle of the field. Another disruption to Haymaker's cutting.
Nice bid by the Colt player there.
Yeah, number 5. Oh, he called him a travel after that too. That's Dwork with the layout and the travel call there, which is really just Haymaker stepping over him to not hurt him. But
good patience by the Haymaker handlers, waiting for the cuts to develop.
And they have to wait longer with this force middle because the force is changing based on what side of the field the disc is on. And so you're always timing your next cut to the open side of the, well, not always, but trying to do that.
Oh, we have a hammer. Oh, it's gonna hang up and float, but it's gonna float to the right spot.
Nice job.
Johnson on the receiving end from, once again, Trevor Scott.
Yeah, so what I was saying with the force middle there is like the next cut down the field is usually timed to start like as the disc is being caught. So to the open side of the field where the mark is not. And when the mark is constantly changing, then that cut now is not open anymore. So you have to go to the next cut. And so it requires just more patience by the offense to not take that first cut, because that first cut is either not open or is not going to be open for very long, and that force middle really kind of just makes it, you got to slow down. And Haymaker did that effectively. It was a little dicey at first, but they kind of just slowed down, and you saw the pace of their passes. It was kind of frantic at first, and then as they got to the second half of the field, they slowed it down, took the extra second, and the cutters just kept doing work. So it was really good offense, a good adjustment in the middle of a point to what the defense is doing, still be effective on offense. Yeah, good job. And now it's 7s. We still don't have a break.
So now we're gonna, are we gonna get a break going into half, or are we just gonna hold?
Which probably hold.
Yeah, probably hold, and
Probably
then
hold.
Come out in the second half and hold and even it up again.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be, if a team can break, that's going to be the difference.
I like the bids, and not just that they're bidding for the disc, but they're doing so without dangerous play.
Exactly. These are you're not seeing people laying out into each other. They are making smart, smart high intensity plays without necessarily being like overly aggressive.
Correct.
And yeah, doing their best to avoid body contact.
So we've got Haymaker getting ready to pull. They've got their offensive line out there, so they're hoping to get the turn so they can get the quick break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're right. That is their O-line. Yeah. Yeah, so they're leaving, that they might have substituted a couple players, but they're leaving, so it's like a hybrid, but they're leaving, they're big cutters, they're big throwers, they're leaving them out there to try and get this one.
It's like they've got their primary handlers, their one tall, deep threat, and the other 3 are D-line players.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, but you're right, this is kind of like it's a hybrid line. This is probably their A line, would be my guess. It's like, because this is 7-7. They want to take half. They want to get the break and take half. So let's see what they can do.
And that's going to stay inbounds, far side.
Well, I thought 22 was going to make a bid on that.
All right. Now they're getting tight. They're playing a little poachy. Now they're getting tighter for Haymaker on defense. Good change of direction there. Oh, deep shot to the middle of the field. But number 40 for Haymaker, Weisfeld comes up with it, and now he tries to bookend, but it's slipped out on the throw and slipped out on the catch.
Man, Haymaker, Oh, gift by Colt, and they gave it right back.
Nice undercut there. And deep shot, and that's going to be over the Colt player's head to the back of the end zone for the turn.
Oh, Haymaker just got a gift. Oh, that's a poorly executed deep throw. The cut's there, but just too much. Haymaker has the opportunity to break. They need to be patient on this one. They were too aggressive when they got the turn the last time. With their line on the field they've got now, they just need to be patient and walk it down the field.
Yeah, this is, I like this offensive set from Haymaker. It's a horizontal stack where they have one of their D-line handlers and two O-line handlers. One of their O-line handlers upfield in space. Oh,
Good
that
defense. Good defense by Colt.
That was a good defense and a poor decision by Haymaker.
They shut down 85 under, and then they really got in the way of the other. Wow, that was great defense.
Oh boy. The scoober
Fun
to the
stuff.
corner, and that's going to be
For half.
For half. 8-7, Colt.
Foreman to Florian in the corner. A big scoober across the field. Wow. I mean, so no breaks in the first half. Haymaker had a shot. They're going to be kicking themselves for the execution after that turnover that they generated.
Yep.
We're all done with the first half. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes or so with the second half of action.
And we will leave you with a word from one of our sponsors, Ghost Energy.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
Welcome back to vacation land here at Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland. We're just starting the second half between Colt in the black jerseys and Haymaker in the red jerseys. The score is 8-7 in favor of Colt. Nice layout attempt, but a turnover by Haymaker to start.
Johnson unable to come up with that disc.
There were no breaks in the first half. All the offenses continued to score. Colt looking for the first break of the game right out of halftime.
Near sideline, now middle of the field. Now far side of the field. Working the disc between the handlers, waiting. It looks like they're just trying to get some handler, and another timeout.
Yep. Again, Colt really identifying the importance of this potential break. They're now trying to decide what the stall count is going to be at after the timeout was called. Yeah, so let's see what this is going to look like here. We're also getting some adjustments from our fantastic grounds crew as to our scaffolding situation here during this timeout.
That was a well-timed, well-called timeout from Colt. They were getting 0 cuts from the stack. Everything was handler movement. And I think they just wanted to reset to figure out what they want to do on offense.
Yeah.
Because the cutters may have thought one thing and the handlers were thinking something else and just not getting any movement.
And again, this is important in the way the offenses have been playing today. This might be the only break opportunity that Colt sees, and we really want to take advantage of this while they can. And while they are continuing to discuss their strategy coming out of this timeout, I will tell you again about one of our sponsors, Port Property. Looking for a new place to call home in southern Maine? Look no further than Port Property. With over 1,400 apartment rentals to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. Check out their newest project, The Armature in West Bayside. Or opt for the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street. Prefer something more modern? The Linden, located along Back Cove, offers recently renovated apartments. Visit portproperty.com to explore all their available options.
So Colt will come in the shadow of the puddle at midfield.
Is the puddle deep enough to throw a shadow? Are you serious? It was this morning.
It is deep. Tried to blow those out with a leaf blower that was unsuccessful.
Really tight vert stack from Colt to start with here. I'm kind of surprised. Good bid from Haymaker again.
Again, I like the initiation from the front of the stack. Too many teams.
Ooh.
Oh, and just behind him and allowed the defender to make a play.
Foul has been called. Maybe some contact on the layout there. Yeah, so while they discuss this here, and we're getting a reenactment by the Colt player. Yeah, so the initiation from the front of the stack, it really makes the break side, it brings the break side throw more into play for the offense, because that front of the stack break side throw is much shorter, and I wouldn't necessarily say more effective, but yes, more effective because it's a quick hit throw. It's easier for the thrower to get off. It's a great start to kind of get things flowing on offense, is to get that front of the stack person moving. So looks like the call's been resolved. The foul was a no contest foul, so the Haymaker player agreed that he probably did foul him, and it's a point for Colt, and that is the first break of this game.
Yeah, well, the reason I like the initiation from the front of the stack is too many teams in Ultimate Coach, all cuts come from the back, and that becomes predictable. So you can bracket, you can set up a claim, you can set up a defense easier even on high-level players. Whereas if you say, all right, our first cut comes from the front, then teams usually aren't ready for it, and they aren't covering the front of the stack as tight as they do the back. Plus, when the cut's coming from the back, if it's an under, a lot of times they're setting up their cut, and by the time they're cutting under, now your count's at 3 or 4, and if that cut is covered and the second one's coming from the back of the stack, now we're starting to get a time crunch. Whereas if you initiate from the front and maybe the second cut comes from towards the back of the stack, now we've got movement, now we've got flow, the count's low, quick hits, quick moving of the disc.
That was Murray for Colt throwing it to Rosecrans. And that makes it 9-7 Colt, our first break of the game here. So, you know what's better than one break is two breaks.
Correct.
Colt is gonna look to really tighten up even more here. I would expect this defense to be high energy.
I like that movement from Haymaker. You know, pretending like he's just gonna stand there and wait for it, but actually move, get the defender a little bit on their heels. Oh, good cut again from 85 out of the stack. Far side of the field. Oh, that was got very fortunate on the offhand throw. Back to, once again, Latson for the score.
Colt is such a consistently good, and intense defensive team that the only players that are able to really make separation for Haymaker are those couple of guys. But they have shown that they can work with just the handlers down the field as well. But it really is those specific players for Haymaker that are that much harder for Colt to guard.
Colt, far side of the field, now in their own end zone, near field. Good job coaching the lane by the Haymaker player. Near side, Colt with the disc.
Colt's having a bit of a hard time with their cutters downfield getting organized. There are three of them that are all doing the same thing. They're either all coming under or they're all going deep at the same time. That's not an effective way to get open on an ultimate field.
And I like, and that's a deep throw. That's going to be a score for Colt to make it 10-8.
Beckman to Florian. Good look.
What I did like from Colt there, in one instance, was them putting one of, using the three handlers and putting one of them in the stack when they realized that the stack wasn't really doing a good job cutting. Having that handler mentality coming out of the stack, cutting out of the stack, making it a little bit easier for them to start moving the disc.
I'm looking at Haymaker walking around right now. They look dejected. I think that break coming out of half by Colt really stung, and they just look a little tired, a little out of sorts, and just, and it can be tough. I mean, Colt really has, on both sides of the disc, offense and defense, Colt plays at a very high intensity level. From players 1 through 7 are all bringing it and going 100%, and it's a tough energy to match. And it looks like Haymaker might be getting a little worn down a little bit.
So Haymaker's got to dig. They can't get the break back here. They just have to score on their offensive point. That's got to be their focus. Move the disc. So left to right across your screen, Colt on the pull.
Yeah, Haymaker cannot afford to get broken again. They have to, the offense has to hold the rest of the way, and their defense has to get them back in this game.
And the pull is up. It's going to go towards the far end of the field.
And now they're going to force it back the other way.
Haymaker to reverse field entirely. Haymaker near side, now middle of the field. Nice grab through the puddle. Nice, good coverage on the Colt defenders. Good switch there.
Yep, they are switching to try and shut these give and goes on these handlers down.
Oh, and that's a great break throw. The slip on the defender is why that was open. And once again, Latson on the catch from Schleif in the pork pie hat.
So Haymaker, step 1 is complete. They got the hold. Now they need the break. 10-9 in favor of Colt. And I want to give a quick shout out to the volunteers here getting this tarp set up for us up here on the scaffolding and making adjustments for us. They had to like create this on the fly today, and it's very helpful, and they put it all together for us live while we were during this game, during the second half here. They got it up for us, and like fantastic. It's going to be a big help, especially tomorrow when it's hotter, when it's hot and sunny. But it's great. It's going to help keep us dry if it rains again, keeps the sun off us so that we don't fry like lobsters.
We'll just have to figure out internet connectivity. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but can't say enough about the volunteers at this tournament. They're fantastic. Yeah, they do a great job and make these tournaments fun and entertaining and great for the players and the fans alike.
We were out here Thursday setting up the fields, and towards the end, Rich and I are like, yeah, I feel pretty good. It's we got 2 strips of field set up. We got the live stream field and all the scaffolding and everything set up. Yeah, we feel really good. We're ahead of the game. And then, Friday rolls around and you feel like you barely put a dent in anything. So thank you to all the volunteers who helped make this tournament run. Colt now with the disc, far side of the field. Great undercut. Oh, deep cut is there.
Perfect throw.
To the front of the end zone. Colt looking to capitalize, and he's going to on the easy throw there.
Glickman to Smith at that point created though by Timmer Farrell. Timmer's downfield throws today have been spot on. He's been just right. The pace and the accuracy, really great downfield for them. It opens up the whole field. Colt search for answers on defense. So they have not been able to slow down Colt's offense at all.
Yeah, they'll get to a point where they shut down the cutters and the handlers will take over, or they
with an answer, like even if it is some sort of a zone kind of a look, just because like what they're doing isn't working. So the worst thing that happens is Colt goes right down the field against the other defense. Like that's what's been happening anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if they really try to flip the script and give Colt something to think about.
We have not seen a full, true zone defense from either of these teams.
No, and a lot of that is the conditions. I mean, it's not windy at all, like you said earlier. The air is really stagnant, and these teams obviously have throws, but when your defense just is not working, sometimes a drastic switch is worth a roll of the dice, because it can't get much worse.
And there we go. We have Haymaker.
That connection continues.
Throwing to Latson from, once again, Scott.
Yes. Speaking of defense not having any answers,
yeah.
Colt has no answer for that connection, and some of that is just the physicality and the height that 85 brings. There is no one on Colt's roster that can match that. That can match his physicality, both speed and in the air. So there is no answer one-on-one that Colt has.
Maybe if they were allowed to play with 8 players,
no,
they could double team them.
Well, because they're not tall enough. He'd just jump over 2 of them. But Colt doesn't, like, they are winning. And if the offense is just hold from here on out, Colt escapes with a victory. It's 11-10 in favor of Colt. And let's see what Haymaker chooses to do here. I think they are going to come zone. I think they're doing a lot of talking and a lot of pointing on that line. I think they're going to do something different. And it might, I bet if they do that, they won't stick for long. They'll stick with it for a couple of throws, maybe 5 or 6, and then they'll melt back into person defense, but I think they're going to try something.
I wonder if they'll do something where it's whether it's throws or when it gets to this spot on the field, we're going person.
Let's see what they've got. No, it's still person.
Still person. Side stack or somewhat split stack from Colt. Trying to eliminate the bigs. Colt moving the disc near sideline. Nice flat throw.
Yeah, could have been a little further out in front of him though. He brought that defender back into the picture. That was 25, almost had it for Haymaker.
Far side of the field. Now back towards the middle of the field.
Again, good patience by Colt. Just content to go side to side.
Again, this is what Colt does. You know, they'll Haymaker will,
Way to attack that.
Ooh,
and he got contact to the face.
Yep.
Not purposeful. He didn't know he was there. That's what the Colt coach was saying too, is that like the Haymaker guy was in front and the Colt guy's coming through his arm to make the play. So it's a foul, but it's not like an intentional foul. It's just an unfortunate play that happens at Ultimate sometimes. Hopefully he's okay. You always worry about concussions when something like that happens.
So he will leave the field.
Be replaced by another Colt player, and that means Haymaker can also make a single substitution if they desire. A great play by the Colt player to attack that disc though, not waiting for it, realizing it was short and going to get it.
Right now they're just trying to figure out where everyone was in relation to when the foul was called.
I'm surprised that they are allowing this Colt substitute to not have the disc in his possession because, oh no, he does, because I was going to say, the Colt player caught it, so he has to be the one to pick it up.
Colt in the shadow of the end zone. Oh, nice across the field. Near side of the field. Oh,
Nice
great
cut.
throw into the front of the end zone from the front of the stack. Excellent job by Colt there.
Florian to Glickman, great cut.
And holding.
Yep.
Up
And
12-10 now.
That's where too, that the Haymaker mark was forcing to the far side of the field, forcing the left-handed Florian to his backhand. But because he's forcing him that way, and where his position was, the Colt player was positioned on our side of the field, there's that, it's a break throw, but there's a lot of room for it because of where the defenders were on the other side. So I almost would have liked some communication to move that mark and make him be straight up and make that cut happen, but make it go all the way across the face of the thrower and put him into the corner and make that, to give the defender time to catch up, because that gap is just, it's just too easy.
One thing we've noticed is, the Haymaker defenders' upfield defense has been pretty good, but what happens is the Colt defenders or the Colt handlers move it between them, and all of a sudden there's that one deep shot that gets open. So if Haymaker can show a little bit more patience on the upfield cuts on defense and stay with those people to try and shut that off and at least force the Colt team to go up entirely with their handler set.
Yeah, I mean, the Colt handlers are content to just swing it back and forth across the field until their cutters get reorganized and create some separation. All right, so it's 12-10, Colt. Haymaker needs to stay on serve here. The pressure switches, switches to their O-line to keep on going here.
Ooh, is that
Nice
gonna
pull,
drift
hanging up there
back
for a long
in?
time.
And it's going to drift back in at the cone.
Yep.
Nice pull. Ooh, risky throw there, but now that side of the field is open, so far side of the field, just outside the end zone. Oh, wide open in the middle
you
of the
can
field.
see 33 is trying to influence the play on every end he can. He just took off deep, and now he's back in the handler space. I think he's got free roam right now on offense to attack however he wants.
And again, looking for the little dish, and we have a pick.
Hey, is anyone talking to you, Clay?
Now looking to try and get into their vertical set, this close to the end zone. Oh, nice over the shoulder throw by the Haymaker player. Oh, nice way to attack the disc. Haymaker with the disc near sideline, about the 10, swinging it back to the middle. Oh, and just through the outstretched hand of Scott.
Oh, he took his eyes off it for a split second thinking about his next throw.
Now we gotta have a switch deep because of the streaking Colt player. Oh, and a crossfield.
That's a bad decision.
I could have told you not to make that throw.
That's a bad throw. Haymaker needs to take advantage here.
And throws the hammer. It's gonna float towards the sideline,
Nice
and
catch.
this time it is caught by Scott to make it 11-12.
I think number
Favor
92
of Colt.
for Haymaker stays awake at night coming up with new celebrations for him every time he throws a score, because each time he's done it, he's had something different. He also knows where the camera is.
Now I wonder if he practices for when he catches scores. 'Cause
I don't know.
I don't know if he catches many. He's throwing them all.
Yeah, he's thrown 2 today. Good job by Haymaker. I mean, you know, Colt's questionable throw across the field, and then Haymaker throws that hammer, which, I mean, it worked, but if it faded any more, it was going to be out of bounds. 12-11 in favor of Colt. Colt's O-line on the field. Haymaker, you know, again, we've said it a bunch, but they need to generate a turnover.
Discraft, home of the Ultra Star, the official disc of USA Ultimate. Your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun. I do have a couple of Discraft disc golf discs in my bag.
Yeah, I do not. I never liked how the plastic felt in my hand, but they make fantastic discs of the Ultimate and disc golf disc varieties. A very wide selection as well of disc golf discs for sure.
And Haymaker pulls
There we go.
left to right across the screen. I don't
going
think
out of
that one's
bounds.
coming back. So that will be taken likely in the middle of the field by the Colt players. Let's see what this offense does. Looking for 31.
I mean, honestly,
To be
Colt's
very
offense
active.
is usually, like, Haymaker's pulls have been inbounds typically, so we haven't even seen a lot of Colt's, like, stagnant plays, like stagnant sets. So I'm intrigued to see if that helps them or hinders them.
Again, the stack's really close together. Looking for the swing to the near side of the field.
Was that a contact maybe?
I'm not unsure.
Yeah, because he re-tapped on the ground and number 0 did.
Far side of the field, trying to get off the sideline. Good job by the secondary handler not to bring his defender into the play.
I think the pass was originally intended for him, but the closer guy got in the
nice
way.
bid by a Haymaker defender.
Pick on the play.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tom. I think that was originally intended for the far side handler, and the
Yeah.
momentum of the middle handler just took him right into play, and you gotta.
Turnover. Too low. Not enough float on that for the
Can
for the
Haymaker
swing.
take advantage finally and get the
Immediately
break? And
throw it.
the throw to the front of the end zone. Finally, Haymaker gets the break and the equalizer.
Right back in it. Wow. Before the defense even really got set, they just picked it up and threw it.
That was Putano on the receiving end of that throw. Really, really excellent job by Haymaker on that point.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't jump into an offensive set on there and just kind of took that shot. But again, when your guy's downfield of the defender and you got all that space, why not?
And the defender's back is to the disc.
That and also the Colt player was a little sad about the turnover that just happened, so it didn't get their, pick their head back up after that mistake, and Haymaker all too happy to take advantage. So now it's 12-12. We got ourselves a barn burner here, Mike.
Well, we'll see, and that's the thing, whoever holds serve, are they going to, it's in theory win by 2 till cap.
We're nowhere near cap. If it's an 11 o'clock start with a 2-hour cap time, it's only 12:24.
Yeah, we'll probably have about 20 minutes to hard cap.
At the rate these guys score points, we might end up being, it might be like 20-19.
That would be exciting. That's what I'm hoping for. And the pull is up. Haymaker in the red, running right to left across your screen, and that's going to go out of bounds too. But it worked last time for Haymaker. Maybe it'll work again. It looks like Colt's coming out in the side stack. I got a feeling the initiation is going to be from number 0 towards the front here.
Yeah.
The question is he going to go deep or is he going to take the under? Because he's going to have the under.
Taking the deep.
And he's taking the deep. Oh, good mark.
Yeah.
34 trying to take the big away.
That was there. That throw was there.
Oh, but now we have the secondary, and that was a little bit
Foul
risky.
called. 23 is calling a foul. And Haymaker is immediately saying that the disc was already over his head, it was uncatchable by 23, and he agrees. He took the foul call back. I think that's the right call. Again, there was contact.
To me, it was the person coming over the top.
It was, but 23 got a full jump at that, so good spirit by him to take his foul call back because it did not affect the play he made.
Now can Haymaker take advantage for a second consecutive break? Oh, look at this defense, and we have a zone defense, our first zone of the day, and Colt comes up with an easy turnover.
Well, it looked like, did Haymaker just decide to punt that?
That might have been a high stall count.
I think so.
Oh, we have a strike to this near corner.
Gets to Glickman. Glickman has been lighting up the stat sheet on the receptions in the end zone.
And Colt holds.
Colt holds as Glickman says hi to the friends and family back home.
So it is now 13-12 in favor of Colt. And Glickman waving to the camera, and he would probably want me to say the folks back home.
I was a little puzzled by, Haymaker after they got that turnover. They just kind of stood there.
It's like they didn't recognize the zone defense initially.
Like there was, because it was the huck to the Colt player that was the foul that was taken back, and then
running up,
nothing happened.
Yeah, they ran up to try and get the disc in play real quick, tap the disc in, throw it,
and then they stood there, and then they punted, and possession is so valuable in this game. I'm really puzzled by that offensive possession. Yeah, it was very, very strange because when you can't stop Colt's offense, the last thing you do is give them the disc. Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. But anyway, Haymaker's receiving. They're pressure back on the offense here to hold. Trailing by 1, 13-12 in favor of Colt. Let's see what sort of things Haymaker can come up with.
Colt pulling right to left across your screen. And the pull is up. Ooh, a lower pull this time, but still very nice. Right at the front of the end zone. Haymaker in the horizontal. Content to let the handlers move the disc until they see something better. Oh, unforced error there, but a nice layout through the puddle. Colt takes over right around just past midfield, towards the far side of the field. Good use of the mud and the puddle to try and get separation. And we have a hammer to the corner, and we have another break for Colt to make it 14-12.
14-12 for Colts. That was 21. Jeremy Bernier, I think, on the receiving end of that one. Yeah, it's a little bit. You see a real dejected Haymaker here now. They're just, it's 2 breaks, 14-12. It's game point for Colt. A steep hill to climb for Haymaker.
Yeah, Haymaker just needs to say, all right, we're just going to score this one.
Yep.
We'll worry about the next point after.
Yep. They gotta punch this one in and see what happens.
Because they have shown they can play defense and they can get the break. Just not a lot of breaks in this game.
Oh no, that was Sakura. Sorry, Zach Sakura on the reception for Colt.
Haymaker ready to receive the pull, right side of your screen.
Some of the Haymaker players were commenting about how that they couldn't believe that this was the first game of the day for them, that they felt like they played a whole day's worth of games. That's how humid and stagnant the air is here. That it's hard to breathe, and these guys are running full speed for 2 hours. It's a lot to handle.
Horizontal stack for Haymaker. Got the under, near side of the field.
Good mark by Carney.
Now far side of the field. Handler with the disc. Now we're invert stack. Haymaker attacking the disc. Oh, nice move. Far side of the field now, on the sideline. Looking for the deep shot. Instead, taking the short one. Nice patience by the Haymaker receiver there. Oh, and calls the timeout.
By Haymaker.
Wise move by Wright there or Johnson rather, to get the timeout, reset, relax, and get refocused.
Yep. Yeah, if they score this one, they get a break, score another one, then we're talking 14s. So, yeah, every point is very important. Yeah, but I have been noticing what we had said before too, is that Haymakers running some tight lines. We've seen a lot of the same players out there. I'm sure they're exhausted. They're having to dig deep in this one for sure.
They could use a lunch, I think.
They could use a lunch.
So could I, to be honest. Portland Rising, Maine's professional ultimate frisbee team, is a proud supporter of Vacationland. As a team committed to working with their community to rise together, they are psyched to see the community come together to host so many teams playing ultimate in their home city this weekend. Interested in playing for Portland Rising, attending a game, or getting involved with the team off the field? Check out www.portlandrising.me. If you or your company would like to be a sponsor, go to portlandrising.me, or if you want to do a promotion with Portland Rising, please talk to them. Chloe Rouse, the owner and one of the players on the team, will be happy to help you out. Haymaker will tap the disc in. Not sure what the count is.
Less than 5?
I'd say less than 5.
3 or 4, I think.
Right at the far corner, front far corner of the end zone.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna look at 33 or a fantastic hat player, 27, I think. But let's see what they do.
Do you try and take the corner away from 33 and let the around go, which is a dangerous throw? Oh, I like that.
Yep. Good action to get to reset and go from here
And
go to
now,
85. Yep.
shock of shocks. Latson with the score to make it 14-13.
Right. So, it's simple for Colt, right? Just score and get out of here with a victory. But you know, Haymaker is going to try to land a Haymaker. They're gonna bring out the A squad and go as hard as they can to generate a turnover.
You know, and this is the, is this the spot where if you have like some sort of defensive set you've been working on that you haven't shown yet today, is this where you pull it out? Because your person defense, quite frankly, hasn't been working. So do you do something a little, not necessarily zone specific, but something a little different that they haven't seen that you might be able to confuse them with?
I think that you push number 23 under, because he's gotten loose, Luke Smith's gotten loose deep all game, and you really don't let Timmer Farrell huck it. I think if you just do that, if you can, because Timmer's been dropping dimes, and Luke Smith has been loose a lot. So if you make the other guys on that line beat you, I think that's the game plan.
Even if maybe instead of, trying to make a bid on the disc, you maintain position on that handler so you can get the immediate straight up mark on to prevent that deep.
I think you straight up Timmer and you don't poach and you just make the other guys score.
Yep.
Because the other guys on this O line haven't done that yet.
And that's be a nice high arcing pull. Going to be a little bit short, but still. Oh! And the Colt player took his eyes off the disc.
Number 9, Beckman. Oh, I feel for you, bud.
That's like
hurts.
his first mistake of the day, too. Oh, good break side cut. Trying to get the little toe tap.
Oh,
and
boy.
We are dead even.
This is where your teammates got to pick you up here. He's walking off by himself and they're leaving him alone. They got to go pick him up because they're going to need him the rest of the day. Oh, I have dropped a pull in a very important tournament in a very important spot of a game before. Oh, it messes with you. It really does. Especially as one of the major, he's the one that catches the pull and gets the offense started. Oh man. All right, there's a hug from somebody, so that's good. A hug from one of his teammates.
Well, and that's one of the things when you're the player that does that, you want a couple seconds, get your head together, and teammate give you a little space, get you to relax, and then come over and say, dude, we got your back, catch the next pull.
Well, but I do agree with subbing him out on this point as the player, when I had made the same mistake, the last thing I wanted to do was go right back out there and do it again. Give me a minute, let me come back the next game, I'll be fine, but don't ask me to do that again right away because it's way in my head. So good call by the coach, give him some space, let him walk it off a little bit, and Haymaker, lots of momentum now. Colt hasn't felt pressure for most of the game.
And you can see the energy on that D line. Haymaker with the pull. Oh, nice pull this time. Deep in the end zone.
Oh, it's a great time for a big pull.
Oh,
he almost dropped that one too.
Fumble there by the Colt player. Nice, again, cut out of the middle by Glickman.
Yeah.
Middle of the field in the puddle.
Good job getting it into Timmer's hands.
Far side of the field. Oh, great over the shoulder throw.
A turn.
That
He
stumble.
missed it.
That
missed
slip cost them that possession.
Gave it right back.
Oh, and right back to the Colt player.
Miscommunication by Haymaker on that one.
And I like the patience that the Colt offense has shown when they get the disc back like this. Not trying to rush anything, just trying to hit that open person. Oh, and across the field, Blade.
Ooh,
and
catch.
I think that was up.
And Haymaker is saying it's up. Yep, it's up. Nice catch. So is that Florian, I think, with the grab?
And that is 15-14.
That might be
in
game because
favor
we're
of
right at
Colt.
halftime. I think that is. Yeah. Yeah, they're lining up.
Oh, that was Universe. How disappointing on our part not to recognize that. It was still a very exciting catch to end the game.
Wow, 15-14 Colt. What a game.
Yeah, hopefully we can get another game like
Yeah.
this. So far, the games have been both entertaining and a lot of really good ultimate. So with that in mind, join us back here at 1 o'clock for our next game. And this is Mike Callahan and Tom Myers and our videographer, Maxine, signing off for the round.
We'll see you at 1.
On the grand stage to keep possession alive.
Huge bid, gets the
It's a great
time.
opportunity for the Germans, and they break in ease.
Throw it the full 80 yards to the field. Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me.
Oh my God!
One of the plays of the year.
Hi, and welcome to the Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. We're here for Vacation Land, brought to you by Maine Ultimate, a club-level tournament. Teams in the Open Division and the Mixed Division. We're getting started with Game 3 of our day. This game is in the Mixed Division. We've got Big Rig from Burlington, Vermont, in the red and red-ish colors, and Quahog from the Rhode Island region over on the white uniforms on the right side of the screen. Looks like Big Rig is getting ready to pull to start the game. My name is Tom. I'm here with Mike. Mike, how are you doing?
Doing well, just rushing to get back from lunch to get ready for the call of this game. Conditions are steadily improving. Field is steadily drying, but it's still, as you can see on the video, pretty wet.
Yeah, pretty wet still, but yeah, drying out. Quahog coming out in some vert stack offense here. Looking down the field, Big Rig playing person defense. Moving it down the field nicely. There's a pick being called. We're going to get all reset here. Big Rig is a new team out of the Vermont region. A lot of UVM connections, both from their women's and men's divisions. So a lot of people who played a lot of college ultimate together, but making their note on the club scene as well.
Oh, and that's a score.
Up the field for the first point of the game.
Campolitano for Quahog with the score.
Nice. 1-0 Quahog.
Of course, I'm assuming that these numbers are accurate.
Yeah, we didn't get to check with the teams before this game. We were too busy making sure that we had some lunch while we were here. And I know Big Rig was very open and honest with us before the tournament. They have a jersey order in place, but they, as you can tell, haven't arrived yet. So they're wearing whatever they got. So a combination of mixed match things. So we're gonna do our best with the numbers and the players on both of these teams. But it's not quite as clear as our previous games of the day. So
Quahog with a quick score.
Yeah, they look pretty good on offense there. But I would say they are probably the underdog team of this matchup. Big Rig, like I was saying before, the UVM men's and women's teams in the college division have had a lot of success this year in particular. And so a lot of those players have just transitioned over to playing in the club season. Just college season's over, so why not just jump on into the club season too? And yeah, they're very effective that way as well. So they are a high-powered team here at this tournament.
And speaking with players on the Buoy Association, it was when they played at the recent Northeasterns or Boston Invite, whichever was the most recent tournament. Big Rig was very competitive with them, and then kind of lost it at the end. Very athletic and fast, coming out here in a side stack with the stack to the near sideline. Interesting placement of the reset.
Yeah, not quite in the center of the field, but it's okay. Works.
Oh, and one shot to the end zone.
Got it.
In the end zone.
Wow, she's really fast.
She is ridiculous.
Great play by Big Rig, ties it up at 1. That's 2 throws and a score. That's one way to do it.
It'll be interesting to see if that is a strategy that will work the entire game, or if it will be, if Quahog will figure out a way to shut that down and make Big Rig play small ball.
Now, I'm not as well versed in the Club Ultimate scene as maybe I should be, given that I'm volunteering to commentate some of these games for Maine Ultimate, but if that female matching player's number on their pants matches what I have on the roster, that's Leah Silverman. which that checks out given how fast they are. Leah Silverman is a high-level club player. I believe formerly of the Boston area. I'm not entirely sure which club. Yeah, I don't want to volunteer them for club teams that they didn't play for, but that's a familiar name for sure.
A little bit of coaching going on the field. In between points, I like to see that. Big Rig will be pulling left to right across the field. From the vacation land end zone to the lobster pot end zone.
Yeah, we'll see if
I want to
Quahogs
see
has
this
an answer.
pull because I'm a little surprised they're not having Annie Posey pull. And because she is a big puller.
well, it would be. Could it be gender matching pulls? Could that be why?
I think that's what they're trying to do, but since I haven't seen too many teams come out,
I know they.
they didn't come out with 4 women matching very often in the previous game we did today.
They did. There was a lot of that, and the Buoys did it a lot. And there was definitely, yeah, they definitely did it in our first mixed game of the day. I'm surprised we haven't seen it here yet, but we'll see. Well, a little hop there by that Quahog handler.
Oh, and a nice up the sideline. Oh, that was a beautiful catch. And he was in.
Is that Campotano again? Well done by Quahog. Yeah, that's a kind of a step back and a throw around. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Yeah, so that makes it 2-1. Favor Quahog. The offense is holding serve as we go. And we'll take a second to let you know about one of our Maine Ultimates sponsors. We got one of our longtime sponsors is Port Property. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at www.portproperty.com. Back to the action here. Quahog pulling from the left to Big Rig, who's getting their offense set on the right in their red and black and other colored jerseys.
The non-white.
The everything but white colored jerseys. As the clouds continue to move away here in South Portland, it's getting more humid, I think. Getting more and more sticky. I'm very happy to be commentating and not playing today.
And you know what's really good for electronics and computer equipment is humidity.
Absolutely, yeah. It makes everything run way smoother. Just kidding.
All right, nice pull. And it's going to be out of bounds. This time looking like they're setting up a vert stack just this side of center of the field because of the mud and puddles. Nice cut out of the middle of the stack. Far side of the field, getting a little stuck.
And a lot of the cutters doing the same thing in the back of the stack down there.
And that was a pit call. Did not affect the play, so the disc will stay where it is.
Oof.
Oh,
Threw
mental
it
mistake
behind her,
there.
yeah.
Now Quahog moving the disc. Middle of the field, right around midfield. Nice dish there. Far sideline. Good clear out by the Quahog handler, realizing they couldn't get open and allowing someone else to come back and help. And then sailed it a little bit over the head of the Quahog cutter. Rig takes over.
Let's see, Big Rig, a little stagnant to start on offense here. Good look over there. Quahog kind of a little bit off on their defense too, just kind of like really trying to push Big Rig under.
Streaking deep.
Oh,
and
they're
that's
open.
going to be wide open
Again.
once again up that far sideline in the end zone.
Yep.
So Big Rig evens it up.
2-2.
We saw a couple turnovers there.
I think we know a focal point of their offense.
Yeah, wow.
And yeah, which you could have guessed coming into it, but I'm not sure that Quahog has an answer for that. I mean, you already saw them off the back of the stack poaching to take away Big Rig's, that cutter in particular. They're taking away their deep cut. But yeah, I don't think there's really much of an answer for that from Quahog.
Unless you're going to try and play a zone.
Yeah.
And even that, you know, and it's not a bad idea because you don't know, Quahog doesn't know how these handlers will handle that zone. And maybe if they fumble a little bit, they can take advantage, or maybe Quahog or Big Rig will come out and play nice, calm, easy offense against the zone.
Yeah. Yeah, but they definitely, I mean, so it's 2-2, it's early, but I mean, Quahog's offense has looked solid.
Yeah.
No problem moving the disc, so.
Well, even their defense hasn't been bad. You know, you saw the Big Rig being a little bit stagnant there. When you have the fastest person on the field, that can make up for a lot, and Big Rig certainly seems to have that. Quahog takes over near the middle of the field, now far sideline. Oh, nice cut up the sideline, just out of reach. That's too bad. That was a nice cut, nice lead.
The right cut, right throw, just a little too far.
Rig takes over, far side of the field. Showing a good deal of patience there. Oh, wanted to uncork it. Good holster. Oh, good give and go between the Quahog handlers. Yeah. That should be wide open in the end zone. Or you can scuba across the field and throw it out of bounds.
Good bid, but don't need to throw that at
stall zero.
Stall zero. Yeah. It's like, okay, we know you've got that throw, but maybe save it
I'll
for
let
later.
you throw that all day.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's, you know, and as a teammate, it's just like, you know, we worked so hard to get that disc down the field, and then you do that. Like, really? Come on, buddy.
Oh, nice layout, just out of reach of the Quahog cutter.
It's the second missed throw by that Quahog handler. She's missed 2 of them too far.
Yeah, just a little bit out of rhythm.
Yeah, just not quite on, like on the same page, but not quite paced it out right.
And if I'm the handler in that situation, you know, my response is going to be, sorry, dude, I thought you were faster.
She wanted that throw from the word go, and she got it.
Nice throw over the top. Rig gets a break.
Yep, got a break on that one. The rig thrower, she wanted that when she got the swing there. She wanted that with the backhand, but the cutter wasn't ready. The mark kind of jumped in the way, but stayed with it, surprisingly, and still threw the forehand that hung. I'm kind of surprised she stayed with the throw. Usually you get that one look at it, it's not there, you look for something different, but she was determined to make that far side field throw happen.
And if they have played together a lot, if they're college teammates or they've just played club together a lot, there's often that just level of comfort. I know I can make this throw and that person's gonna go to the spot I want them to. So Rig will now pull up a break.
3-2. We'll see if Quahog can kind of tighten up a little bit their throws. They're a little bit.
Yeah, those were unforced errors.
Yeah, they just were thrown too far out ahead of of the cutter. And unfortunate because like the cutters had no ability to even make a play on those.
Rig will be pulling right to left across your screen from the lobster pot end zone toward the vacation land.
Let's see what they got. The sun's making an appearance.
Oh,
Yay!
a little bit nose up, get a little bit of lift under that. Nice pull to the front of the end zone. That's a travel.
Well, person was trying to walk back to Rhode Island.
Nice upline work, and then back towards the middle of the field, and that is an excellent put to space by Quahog.
Well done. Yeah, that was, I mean, the offense started going, and then the big rig defenders were all caught on the wrong side of their defender, and it was just upline, 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 score. It's just like, they were just, well, once they started rolling, Big Rig just couldn't get back on top of it and slow it down.
And that's tough. That's hard when you get beat up the fore sideline, the fore side of the field.
And at least on the O-line, it looks like Quahog is athletically right with Big Rig.
Correct.
So they're not like, they're able to run away from the Big Rig defenders, and that might be something that Big Rig is not accustomed to seeing. It is, the difference between college ultimate and club ultimate.
And UVM, home to many of the players from Big Rig. Large contingent, by the way, of Mainers, especially Southern Mainers. More on their way. Both the men's and the women's matching team coming off nationals appearances, with the women's team really coming close. They had a Callahan finalist in Kennedy McCarthy, and we'll probably have another finalist in Emily Posey next year. So it'll be interesting to see what that team does. They might actually even be favored for nationals next year.
It's just a question of whether they can get past the UNC dynasty that they have down there.
They're so good.
And the North Carolina program is second to none. So a very spaced out side stack here.
Looks like an ISO
Rig.
in the middle.
They're setting up the first cut right here in the center, giving them lots of room. Taking big chunks, but that's sailed.
Sailing throw over the head.
That's the risk of deep cuts like that to get big chunks is sometimes you don't hit them, and then that's going to be, it'll be a turn.
Oh, nice bullet pass, but that's going to be out of reach.
The right throw, but the cutter wasn't quite in motion yet. So if you waited another beat to let that rip, it's probably a score.
And that's going to be a tough one because it's fading away from the cutter as well. So that it's going to be bang bang if the cutter catches it in that corner, because that's right on the
line,
sideline. Oh, and not even waiting, getting started while the defense is napping. Smart move by Big Rig, and that's a dangerous layout there. Don't like to see that.
Well, so he's young and athletic, because if that's me on the receiving end, my
broken.
knee is in 3 pieces.
Yep.
I'm glad that he's okay. That was a dangerous play.
Rig about to put it back into play, near side of the field. Good patience. Forcing the unders. Oh, that's too bad. Just slipped out of a hand. But good job not getting down and getting back on defense. So Quahog takes over. Now middle of the field, right around midfield. Deep shot, and again, that's going to be out the back. Quahog, I like the idea of taking deep shots, but they got to keep it in bounds.
They've been a little, maybe, I don't know, a little too amped up or something. They've been just, putting too much on these throws, whether they're unders or deeps. They're overshooting their cutters and giving Big Rig ample opportunity to turn it right back around and score.
A big throw up the field, on the sideline, connected. Oh, and that's going to be open.
Yeah.
Because she is ridiculous.
Oh, way to go get it.
Nice.
Climbs the ladder.
Nice way to not wait for it to come down.
Nice catch by Big Rig. But yeah, I mean, that should, with better execution, I mean, that's Quahogs' point. But because they keep overshooting their cutters, they're just handing the disc back to Big Rig.
And the last couple points on the Big Rig offense, they're relying on their speed and athleticism. You know, they're setting up their cuts well, but every cut's been coming from the last person in the stack. Quahog just needs to recognize that and say, all right, you park it deep, second person in the stack's gonna pick up everything under, and then force Big Rig to adjust to see if they can.
Well, I mean, Big Rig's offense looks to be, so far, to be, their offense looks to be designed to gain as many yards with each throw as possible. So can we score with as few throws as we can? So big outcuts, big unders, and that's great. But you have to be crisp. You have to be even more crisp with those throws than normal because they're just longer throws. That is an offense that tends to work better, again, at the college level, where you can be assured that the other team will also turn the disc over. And when you get to playing high-level club ultimate, that's not a thing anymore. The other team, when they get the disc, they won't turn it over. So you have to adjust your offense to maybe take less big chunk plays and more like small 100% plays. For now, it works just fine, but it is a very aggressive offense that probably won't lend itself as well when they get to playing higher level competition.
And part of that is the higher level competition has seen it before.
They've seen it before, and they won't be able to blow the higher level teams out of the water with their athleticism. So when you can't get open with these big, long cuts, then your offense is going to get stuck.
Rig with the quick turn, trying to capitalize, get another break. Oh, and
Nice
that
catch.
was a nice layout to the strike cut.
And that was another turnover by Quahog with a poor throw.
Yep.
Another high throw. They just need to dial in their throws because they're making life very simple for Big Rig.
And that is now 5-3 in favor of Big Rig.
Yeah.
Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Did you know Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunate Miller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it is friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you are looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electrical vehicles charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. That's revisionenergy, all one word, .com.
All right, Big Rig pulling up 2 points. Yeah, looking for some crisp offense from Quahog here. The cuts are there.
Up.
Yeah, the cuts are there. The throws are not.
Correct. So taking it, now middle of the field, good work. Oh, we have another deep throw. That's a much better throw, and that's going to connect for a point in the middle of the end zone.
There you go. That's the pace on the throw you need.
One of the things I noticed initially on that play, it was a very nice pull. Hung up there, got down there. Good distance. Where was the defense?
The defense got down there except for one person. The person whose job it was to mark the thrower. That person got lost in the shuffle. They were kind of got stuck in the stack, and then they popped out of there at the end. I don't know whether they lost their person off the line or what, but yeah, they were able to cover everyone except him. Number 22.
And there was, they had a couple of give and goes just to make it, a third of the way up the field.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
that was a really nice throw.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and it looks like number 22's nickname is Pancake, which is hilarious. Great throw. But yeah, the lack of intensity on defense from Big Rig really just kind of let them just trade passes until they got the look they wanted. And it was a great cut, I will also, from the back of the stack.
Yeah.
They set it up perfectly. They turned on the jets, and it was, that's how offense works really, really well. 5-4, still Big Rig. But Quahogs showing life. They're showing fight.
See if they can come up with a break, or if Big Rig just marches it down the field. Oh, nice pull. That'll hang up. Middle of the end zone.
Good pull, but they haven't really done a whole lot to stop this Big Rig offensive line, though. So we'll see.
And man number 9 is fast.
9's fast.
Oh, and just out of reach. Again, like you were saying earlier, Tom, trying to get these big chunk plays, and if you're a little bit off, it's going to be a turnover every time.
And it does seem that this really hot, humid air is kind of kicking these discs up and causing them to sail a little bit more than maybe they were expecting, but those throws are harder because they're longer. They're 35, 40-yard throws.
Oh, that was a good poach by the Big Rig defender, and she gets back to get the D on that as well. That was a nice put. Mm-hmm. Could have let her a little bit more, but it was still a nice job, and the defender just got there.
Very confident defender too. The offensive player was behind them, but they didn't act like they were beaten. They just caught right back up. They read the disc correctly. They were kind of under the loop a little bit too. It was kind of curving over their head, but great play.
Another deep shot. This one should connect for Big Rig.
Another good throw, good cut.
Yeah, we've seen that player before when we've done Lobster Pot, covered the UVM women's team. She's a threat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can tell that they're all very talented.
Yes.
They got. I mean, that was. But again, what, 2 throws, 3 throws, and they're all the way down
Correct.
the field. That's their game. They want to score quickly.
So it looks like Quahog is taking an impactmelanoma.org timeout. Impact Melanoma providing shade, easy ups for our players here on our live stream field, as well as sunblock at various stations throughout. Even though it is not bright sunshine, there's still a lot of sun intensity through the clouds this time of year in Maine. So lather up when you can.
That was a fantastic transition to that. Mike, did you practice
like
that
that?
over lunch? That
No,
was really good.
I should have.
It certainly sounded like you did. Here's a much less precise transition to something. We're playing Ultimate Frisbee with Discraft Ultimate Discs. The Discraft Ultra Star is the tournament approved at all levels of Ultimate Frisbee, and Discraft, the company who makes them, is the official disc of USA Ultimate. It's also your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun.
So for those who may not know, Tom and I go way back. We've known each other for
A long time.
a lot of years now.
Long time.
So usually in these broadcasts at some point it becomes the absurdity of trying to make each other laugh or ripping on each other. And that's usually what it turns into.
Absolutely. Yes. But it's a lot of fun.
And we have our excellent videographer, Maxime Rumiel, and all his equipment, and it is not being exposed as much to the elements because we've got a tarp up here, so if it starts to rain again, or more importantly, if the sun comes out, it'll keep the sun off the equipment and everything functioning at peak level, including the internet, because the internet never goes out here.
No. So coming out of the timeout, Quahog really just like, besides that one nice deep throw they had on that last point, have really been out of sorts on offense as far as their execution is concerned. So I would guess that timeout is to just like, hey, let's focus here on offense. And I would guess too that, you know, some defensive adjustments as well to try and slow down Big Rig.
To me, that's the adjustment they really need to make. You can dial in the offense, right? You can get a little bit more rhythm and just things start flowing well.
Yeah.
It's getting that defense, getting those stops. You know what they want to do. If you can make them take those deep shots but have them covered, at least make them a risky throw for the offense. Because we've seen Big Rig turn it over a bunch of times on those deep throws.
He almost had that.
That was very good defense. Quahog coming out, moving the disc well. Oh, I like that cut out of the middle of the stack, and a deep shot. Can he read it? And he does.
Nice job.
Right at the back of the end zone. Great job by the Quahog offense to bring it to 6-5 now in favor of Big Rig.
Yeah, you know, they are finding their range as the game goes along. That was another perfectly placed deep shot down the field, and they did show some good energy getting the offense moving, getting the defense to move around. So yeah, I mean, Quahog's right. I mean, this is a great game. They're right in it. So let's see if what we were saying before is true. Let's see if they can make some kind of an adjustment. We have yet to see Big Rig have to take their time.
Correct.
Like, I don't think they've had a single possession of more than 5 throws. So can Quahog just make Big Rig work to score a point? Like, that would be my goal, is like, I don't care if they score, but I want them to take more than 3 throws to do it.
Right.
Like, make them dump and reset and swing, and let's see how patient they are, because we don't know if they are yet. They might not be.
We've talked about this with zone defense before, about zone being not really a good defense, just trying to make the offense make a mistake by making a bunch of throws. Maybe you can force Big Rig into making a bunch of throws, getting impatient, and turning it over, and now all of a sudden you've got a break back and you're even.
Yeah. The only thing that worries me about playing zone against this Big Rig offense is I'm pretty sure that Leah Silverman would just destroy the cup from the popper position.
Yeah.
I think just, yeah, that just, but it's worth a shot.
But it doesn't have to be, it doesn't necessarily even have to be zone. You just got to make them make throws.
Exactly, yeah, and that would make them make a lot more throws than they are currently having to do, so.
Or it doesn't, you know, play last back, play a clam, play some sort of defense where you're not on an island. Even though you're playing person, you are not on an island by yourself. You're playing team defense. So Big Rig, middle of the field. Oh, a little bit behind and almost into the puddle.
Yeah, it was behind him, but the cutter also slipped at that point of where he was going to make an adjustment.
I like that quick way to get the disc moving by Quahog. High stall count to the back of the end zone, and oh, good defense by Big Rig.
This is about as good of a throw as you could do with that high stall count. I mean, he really gave his receiver every opportunity. I mean, you know, good defense, but it wasn't like he hung him out to dry.
No, not at all.
That was a good throw. And part of that was a symptom of the Quahog handler not clearing out and giving space for someone else to reset afterwards. Ooh, upside down
tricky throw. I like it. Oh, and that's going to hang up. Is that going to allow the Quahog defender to get there? It does. Oh,
she called a foul.
I am contesting that. I have a right to the disc as well.
What I do think is that he arrived already in the air and like on top of her as she was going to jump, and she either didn't or was impeded on the way up. So I think this is a good call it, contest it, send it back.
Correct.
That's because I was expecting to see her jump and she didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that's why.
And this is exactly what's happening. That's good. Call, contest, go back to the thrower.
Yep.
Yeah, but you can't let it float like that against
No.
an athletic team.
No,
like
that's where the thrower knows that entire play is on him. That was a poorly executed throw. And he floats it again.
Oh, and good awareness by the Quahog handler. Oh, nice cut. That was an excellent cut. Weaving toward, and that's going to be a point. Nice work by Big Rig that time.
Yep. Nice work. Is that 7-5 now?
That is 7-5 in favor of Big Rig. And, you know, like you said, that was really well executed in this case, you know, moving the disc.
Yeah, they did have to work a little bit for that one. But as you saw, a couple of questionable throws when they had to. I mean, this one after the call when it was sent back.
Yep.
That throw was I don't think it was meant to go to the receiver who actually ended up catching it. It was a poor throw. Like, so I would absolutely be challenging this team to make 10 throws to score, because from what we've seen so far in this game, I am not convinced that they can do it without turning it over.
And don't entirely face guard your person. You know, maybe take a step back, because they've shown that they are not entirely accurate with their throws. Take a step back so you can, you know, sort of flatten your hips out so you can go in either direction and see where the disc is coming from. Because that entire catch was due to the defender having their back turned.
Yeah, they had no idea that the disc was coming.
Of course, the disc up would help.
Yes, but even so, you don't know that it's coming to you.
Correct.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, you know, Quahog's offenses look good. So recently their offenses look better with the pace of their throws kind of getting ironed out as the game goes along. See if they can continue that to stay within reach of Big Rig.
Both teams have quite a few subs, so that's good. They shouldn't be victim to lack of subs in weather like this. And nice pull from Big Rig. That'll end up right at the front or in the end zone. Ooh.
Yeah, landed in bounds. Nice
Don't
pull.
make that throw. Nope. Someone else has got to come back and help. And they're not coming back to help.
Good throw, though.
Good throw, but that was a high stall count because the cutters were just waiting for the handlers to work, and they need to take a little more ownership. And
there was a lot wrong with the offense on that point.
So Big Rig, middle of the field, showing patience. I like this. They know they're close. They're up a break. They're going to try and get 2 breaks up. Nice blade. Oh, just out of reach. She took a little bit of an under angle on that.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't like about that one was the whole cutter line was all pointing to the break side, which is great. But I'm pretty sure one of you is supposed to be going there. You can't all just stand there and
right. Yeah, one person should go to the open side. That would be nice. Oh, and we have another high stall count. And that's going to, wow, that is going to fade and caught right at the front of the end zone. Big dump back. And right into the defender.
Right to him.
That is a nice job of laying off by the Big Rig player.
Oh, man.
Could have gotten the break back.
Oh, she's open.
Oh, and that's going to be turf.
Foul call. There was some contact on the throw there. No contest on that one. Yeah, that's why that throw was short. Was his hand was slapped as he let it go.
It's amazing what happens when your hand is slapped. Reverses the field with a break. Oh!
Took out his own teammate.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That is completely inexcusable. You have to have better awareness than that. I hope she's okay.
Hope it's just the wind knocked out, but we've got the trainer coming onto the field to take a look.
The mere fact that she's wearing a concussion head guard suggests to me that there's a history of head injuries, and that's what I'm worried about here. But she's pointing to her side, so it's hopefully knees, ribs, and not head related. Yeah, so a very kind of sloppy point back and forth from both teams. Both, and Quahog in particular, looking like they were really getting stuck on their goal line. A lot of handlers in the handler space and not moving, and then cutters, what I would like to term when I was coaching, kind of beehiving, kind of really all rushing the handler at once and kind of not effectively clearing out space either. That happened twice to Quahog, resulting in them having to punt it down the field. And that last one, when they caught it down here on the goal line and took the big dump throw back to reset, it was just a lack of patience. Like, there was no reason to make that throw. You know, they received the disc from the cutter and just there's nobody on them. So you could just take your time, let everybody set up. I'm a little surprised they didn't burn a timeout, to be honest, given how far back everybody was. But yeah, just more patience, and more patience from both teams during this point is warranted. Hopefully, yeah, our player's still down, but they're sitting up now. Hopefully they are going to be okay.
And the coach is also indicating something with a rib, so hopefully nothing serious.
Yeah. Yeah, walking off under their own power, they should be okay. But always good to take time to make sure.
So the sub will come in. Quahogs can make a sub if they want. I do not think they did.
I'll put the disc in play. There we go.
And the disc is in. And that's a good throw up the field. Oh, had the under, just needed to be a little more patient.
Yeah,
and that's going to be a pick.
That
doesn't affect the play, so your disc should stay there.
The front of the stack was really 35 here for Big League, was really close to the. Just kind of surprising to set up that close, but.
Yeah, that stack right now is very clustered. They need to get some space. Oh, nice cut.
Good look. There you go.
Beautiful cut up to that corner of the end zone. To take half at 8-5.
8-5. Cool. Well, a good first half. Back and forth action here. Glad the Big League player is okay. And Mike and I will be back with the second half of action coming up soon.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
I wouldn't be so opinionated.
we are back for the second half of this very exciting and entertaining game at Vacation Land, sponsored by and put on by Maine Ultimate, between Big Rig out of Vermont and Quahog out of Providence, Rhode Island, at Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine.
I think we probably did then.
I am Mike Callahan alongside Tom Myers doing the commentary for you today, and it is getting hotter and a lot more humid right now.
Absolutely. Big Rig's off and running them on offense. Their head coach just stepped on a yellow jacket or something, so
hopefully he's not allergic. Oh, and a big fly deep and to the tallest person on the field, which is usually a smart decision.
Can't teach height. Big Rig. Hold on, there might have been a call. Are they saying he traveled? They are.
Oh,
They're
on the
saying
throw?
he
You can't
traveled
travel
on
on
the
the
throw.
catch, can you?
Saying he traveled on the throw.
I did not see the throw go out, and he
Well-
probably called a travel as soon as it was thrown and saw it, and I'm like, oh,
Well,
that's going to be too
when
bad.
you
That-
get roasted up the line like that, all you got left to do is look at his feet to see
Yeah,
if he's
well,
gonna
that is
travel when you
true.
throw it. So
So we will see what happens.
throw it again. He's tall. Just throw it to him again.
Big Rig on the far sideline, moving the disc, 9 with lightning in his feet. Nice fake by the, and goes right up the
There you
far
go.
side, juggled a little bit, but still Big Rig comes down with it to now take a 9-5 lead coming out of the first point of the second half.
Yep. Yeah, and he's still looking crisp on offense. That's for sure.
Well, and that was a case of they did actually score on the big throw. And when it came back, they were able to move the disc. Still a couple of throws, but shorter,
Yep.
and punch it in.
Couple throws shorter on the open side. Just the athleticism shows up there where they're going to the side of the field that Quahog wants them to, and they're open anyway. So let's see if Quahog has an answer. The offense, again, once they dialed in some of those throws earlier, looked better. It's the defense that they can't seem to stop Big Rig.
And we'll see if the struggles that Quahog had at the end of the first half there, where they couldn't quite get the disc moving right away. See if they can have worked that out with some halftime strategery talk.
Yeah, let's see what they got.
Big Rig getting ready to receive. Not sure what the coach was saying for the 45 seconds that he was talking before then.
Probably letting them know how much his foot hurts from stepping on the yellow jacket. Maybe, I wouldn't go barefoot on these fields myself. It's not that they're in bad shape, but there's just too many rocks and sticks and insects and things. I wouldn't bother, but nice pull. Look at that.
Very good pull to the back of the end zone.
Wow.
Quahog takes over. Oh, and that's a good fake.
Good cover, too, by Big Rig to get all the way down there.
Yep. Oh, had the cut, but a good switch off. Annie Posey putting on the shutdown D there. Quahog moving the disc in their own end zone. Now up the field, just outside the end zone, looking for the deep throw, but that should be defended. Nice job by Big Rig there, turning around, spotting the disc and getting the D. Annie Posey takes over on offense.
It wasn't a great throw by Quahog. I'm sure he wanted that to be just better in every way.
Oh, and that's a nice high. Oh, it's going to float though, and it's going to allow the the Quahog defender to get into the action.
I think they were out the back of the end zone anyway, but good effort by both of them to try and make that play happen.
Quahog moving, Cutter's moving before the disc is tapped in, which is always a good decision. Now a deep throw. Turn, Quahog
Nice catch.
lays out and gets it. Good job by Big Rig following up and not giving up on defense. Now the count's getting high, and that was a great mark. Annie Posey gets the hand block.
Well done.
Or should I say Portland's own Annie Posey. And now a deep shot, deep into the end zone, in the middle of the field.
Good
for
job.
A point.
Good job by Big Rig on that one, taking advantage of the turnover. And again, going and getting the point as fast as they can.
That was really good work by the Big Rig offense there, and better work by the defense.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you know, like, you need the quick hands, just like what Annie Posey had there. And, you know, it's not to take away from the D, but that was the only cut that they had. So as the mark, you know that's what you know that's where they're going to go. So you just got to just react, you know, but you still have to react in time to make the play.
Correct.
And, you know, and Annie Posey did a great job shutting that down. Yeah, you know, generating that turnover for her team, and then Big Rig immediately comes down, capitalizes. I think does that make it 10 now? 10-5? Yeah, so it's
10-5 in favor of Rig.
It's rapidly getting away from Quahog here. They were within a point for a little while, and now it's been at least 3, maybe 4 in a row by Big Rig, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think it was 6-5 at one point.
The game is not out of reach, but what Quahog has to do is they have to reset, and they have to say, all right, what do we need to work on this game to score against this team? Let's put some throws together. Okay, maybe our defense, we won't be able to get that up and stop the Big Rig offense, but we got to be able to score. What do we have to do to score in this game, and really work on those little details?
Yeah.
So we have Quahog in the white, getting ready to receive. Left side of your screen, the Vacation Land end zone. That is going to float and be just around midfield.
And in bounds, a little bit of a breeze, which is cool to see for the players, especially getting a little bit of wind going on.
And again, Rig doing a good job of shutting off the cutters. And right through 2 defenders, 2 offensive players, and just a disconnect with the Quahog offense.
The defense is really intense, and so the thrower is trying to be perfect. And when you try to be perfect, sometimes that happens. Looking down, nice throw.
And that was a late switch by the Quahog defender, and just couldn't catch back up. Rig takes the 11-5 lead.
There's youthful athleticism, like a really good deep cut. Just crush the backhand throw, like, yeah, I mean, coming out of half, Big Rig hasn't turned the disc over.
Nope.
And that's, like, you see the benefit of scoring in 2 to 3 throws when you're not turning the disc over. Like, it was 8-5.
Correct.
And now it's 11-5 in what feels like 5 minutes.
Correct.
Like, it's gone from striking distance to almost, they've more than doubled their lead, and that's really demoralizing for the opposition. Of like, we were still within striking distance, maybe, we would need a couple breaks, obviously, but 8-5 looks a lot different than 11-5.
Correct. And now, they got to find something. On that play, what can you do? You're a defender, you bite on the under, and he plants and goes deep. You turn for help. The help comes, but the guy's just ridiculously fast. So that's a tough thing to stop.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a point where you have a force, but your force is more cheating to the straight up to try and take away the big Hogs.
Yeah. We'll take a second out of this timeout to tell you about another upcoming tournament that Maine Ultimate has. Coming up in October, Maine Ultimate will be hosting the Lobster Pot on October 19th and 20th, right here at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. The Lobster Pot will have 3 college men's divisions this year, upper, middle, and lower, 2 college women's divisions, upper and lower, and a college mixed division. Merchandise tents filled with product from Ultimate companies, Lobster Pot branded merchandise, Maine Ultimate branded merchandise, Boston Glory merchandise, Portland Rising merchandise, all of the merchandise. Ghost Energy drinks will be there all weekend long, multiple food trucks like PB&Me, El Rodeo, 88 Donuts, and Vagabond Coffee, and at least one live streamed field, possibly more. More details to come, but please come on down for that tournament to watch, to play. It's a phenomenal time. Huge turnout, 70, 80 teams from all up and down the East Coast. Yeah, it's a really fun time.
Tourney Central will be happening as it usually is. Lots of games, lots of food, lots of entertainment. Live stream, generally in the Players Lounge of Club Nationals, so that's always very popular. And Quahog receives the disc, getting a couple throws off, give and goes.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I can see as it takes a shot downfield. Let's see.
And another big shot deep down the field. Oh, that was great
Excellent
offense by the Quahog player, slowing down to get her defender to slow down and then accelerating to go after the disc.
A little bit of body lean in there to kind of keep them where they want them and then backing away at the last second, but it's all legal.
We call that a veteran move.
We call that just, yeah, but, you know, your excellent position because the defender can't run you over, so great work there. I was going to say before that huckle went up that, like, one thing that Big Rig can do that they will need to do if they want to compete against high-level club teams is they can't just jog down the field on defense. You can't give higher level club teams 3 or 4 throws before your defense is even present.
Yep.
Like, you will pay dearly for that lack of effort. So they can get away with it in this game, but they can't get away with that against more talented teams.
And you saw the Big Rig defense, once they got down there and established, I mean, they were shutting off every single cut.
Yep.
And
that's, it's just, you know, and it's a difference between, like, you know, if any of our viewers had watched our previous game of both teams, you know, Haymaker and Colt booked it down the field and set their defense up immediately and were right in their hip pocket from the first throw. And it changes the whole outlook of a point, and it really makes offense a lot harder when you put that much effort in on defense. But here we are. Quahog pulling. Let's see if they can get a stop on Big Rig.
down 11-6. Rig will take the pull.
Good pull.
Great
Lands in.
pull right in the corner. Ooh, that is a questionable throw. Across the field in the end zone. Oh, nice deep fake. Wide open underneath. That's just pure. Oh, and almost laid out into the dog. That is a problem. Please keep your dog on the sideline, and that is an easy point for Big Rig.
Good point. Again, this is not a top-level ultimate game, but I would advocate for your four-legged furry friend to be farther away from the field because they're not. Good play by Big Rig, though. You know, another point. It's 12-6, firmly in control. Quahogs seems to be just unable to stop them on defense.
And that was good offense from Big Rig, right? They had the deep streaker. Handler didn't like the throw, holstered, and the wide open under across up the field. That was really good offense from Big Rig.
Are you looking to watch more Ultimate? Check out Portland Rising, Maine's professional Ultimate Frisbee team. Founded in 2019, Portland Rising is on a mission to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Portland Rising is part of the Premier Ultimate League, a league committed to achieving equity in the sport of Ultimate by increasing accessibility to the sport for and visibility of women, transgender, intersex, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender-fluid people through high-quality competition, leadership experiences, and community partnerships. Visit portlandrising.me to learn more about the team and gear up for the 2025 season.
We've done a lot of, watched a lot of Portland Rising in our time since their inception. You were once a volunteer to help explain the rules to the lay person.
Absolutely.
We've done some of the live streaming, hopefully do more of it next year, and already looking forward to another exciting year of Women's Premier Ultimate League.
Great pull here by Big Rig, sticking Quahog in the back of their own end zone. The defense is clamping down hard.
Finally gets an open cutter. Quahog near the front of the end zone. Now that's where Quahog's getting a little bit stuck. They get really cloggy.
Yes. Yep. And as they cut, they don't clear out as effectively, and they run out of. They end up playing themselves into like a 10-yard box, and they just don't have enough space. They're doing a better job of it here, though, I will say, on this point. They got cloggy for a second, and then they spaced right back out again.
Oh, and that was a high travel, maybe?
Pick.
Oh, pick.
I saw some strongman symbols thrown up there by some of the big riggers, so. It was a good catch, though.
Yeah, it was a
high
great
stall
catch.
count, good catch. He's probably going to make the same cut again.
Someone's got to help her
There
out.
they
Nice
go.
little squeaky throw there. Cross field, that's what you need. Middle of the field now. Oh,
Ooh.
and don't like that decision.
Oh, the hat was tossed. He didn't like the decision either. As soon as he let it go out of his hand, he realized it was a silly choice.
High release forehand. into
Not
the
necessary
defender.
on stall 0.
Oh, nice work by the handlers there.
Annie Posey's still got room.
Oh, she is wide open, but you'll throw it deep to the back. Stay in,
Out of
and
it.
it
Ooh,
stays
she's
in. Nice job, Big Rig, on that offense.
So
Now
that-
up 13-6.
So it was an interesting choice to go to the deep cutter. However, this one Quahog defender was guarding the Big Rig cutter in the blue hat there, and they saw Annie Posey coming up the line, and they left the downfield defender to take Annie away, and then he threw it to the one that they left.
Yep.
So in hindsight, seeing that probably was the right choice, because they
Yes.
probably would have made the play on Annie had he thrown it up line. So
Good
idea.
field awareness.
Good field awareness. Almost threw her out of the end zone, but picky. 13-6. Big Rig.
But it did allow the Big Rig offensive player to run onto the disc.
Yes. And we have seen flashes of brilliance from Quahog. They are a team with potential. They are, at least at this tournament, at this stage in their season, a little rough around the edges. Some more practice, some more familiarity, I think will go a long way to them unlocking their potential.
And I would like to see them play against a team that more matches them athletically. Because let's face it, Big Rig, relatively young, a lot of them in college, very athletic, and that can be a challenge to someone who's, got a regular job, works out a lot and is athletic, but is older and not in quite the same condition. I'd like to see them play someone of their own conditioning level.
I mean, I think, at times the athleticisms come out in this game, but I think it's more a polished level. Like, there's been many more unforced errors from Quahog
Yes.
as opposed to Big Rig, and I think that they just, you can tell that Big Rig, that they've played a lot of Ultimate this year, and I'm not sure from top down if Quahog's played quite as much. Like that throw right there is, a poor choice into coverage. It's the right cut, but the cut should probably also have cleared out too, because they ran themselves into trouble. They just seem a little less familiar with each other, and not quite operating as a cohesive unit all the time. But when they do click, they look really good.
Another big throw deep to the front of the end zone. Oh, and that's an unforced error.
Bummer.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for the next throw before he caught it.
Did everything but catch the disc.
So Quahog now with the disc, front of the end zone, trying for a really put it out, and that is just a little too far.
That's beginning of the game versus end of the game. Beginning of the game, he's got the wheels to get that. End of the game, less so.
And the Quahog thrower had to put it to space like that because that defender was closing.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice big throw, curling back to the middle, and just a little bit of a float over the head, a little bit of misread by both the offensive and defensive players.
I think that big league player needs to spend some more time in the library.
A little more studying.
A little more reading of the disc there, buddy.
And that's going to be a pick.
Yeah.
And it's going to affect the play, so it will go back to the thrower. Quahog just in front of their own end zone. Now that's the cut right there.
There you go.
That break side under from the middle of the stack. Good body control by Quahog here. Oh, and just an unforced error there. Too bad because they had the Quahog cutter wide open.
He's wide open because the throw was 5 yards behind him.
And
unfortunate.
Big Rig will take the timeout.
Timeout for water and a break because it's been a long point of back and forth action.
Yeah, to me it looks like Big Rig, the coaches want to dial it in here and really say, all right, we got 2 points. Let's get this point right now. Let's not waste this opportunity. And Quahog, on the other hand, they have to be saying, oh, they called a timeout. That gives us time to recover our breath a little bit, get our legs back under us, get a defense set up, and be ready to go.
I'll tell you about one of our sponsors while the teams discuss their strategy. If you're looking for a new place to call home in southern Maine, look no further than Port Property. With over 1,400 apartment rentals to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. Check out their newest project, The Armature, in West Bayside, or opt for the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street. Prefer something more modern? The Linden, located along Back Cove, offers recently renovated apartments. Visit www.portproperty.com to explore all their available options. So, 13-6, Big Rig, drawing something up, maybe something they want to work on.
I'm telling you, you got to use the puddles to your advantage.
I mean, the puddles are still there. I would not be surprised if that is why we've seen a lot of side stack today.
Yep.
Was to get momentum going before you hit the puddles instead of being like, let's start cutting from in the puddles, which would be a disaster. I mean, use them to your advantage, drag your defender through them, yeah.
The rest of the field has held up.
Yeah.
It's just the middle that's wet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And even that, I mean, it looks like a muddy field, but doesn't look like a torn up and muddy field.
And
so that's nice.
And we've had slips, we've had
Yes.
people fall, but it hasn't been as bad as I was anticipating it to be when we arrived this morning.
Correct.
I thought it was going to be a quagmire of just people just slipping or getting stuck or, it's been wet, but it hasn't turned to mud, like you said.
Yeah, and nothing to cause an injury, which is very, very fortunate.
Yeah.
I like this setup for Big Rig. We'll see what happens. And Quahog comes out in some sort of forced zone.
Looks like a
Or
zone,
at least a cup.
No, it's it's a zone look. Yeah.
And they're trying to keep it on the sideline, but you make that throw,
Wow.
and that gets it off the sideline
nice
in
throw.
a hurry. Oh
Wow.
my goodness, that was awesome.
I mean, even if you're saying that you like the matchup of your cutter versus their deep, that throw is perfect. I mean, the deep would have had to go through the Big Rig player to make a play on that. That was really good.
The deep was in position to start, and she just threw it to a space he couldn't get to.
She threw him open.
Her Partner. Oh my gosh.
Really, really good throw.
So we are now at 14-6 in favor of Big Rig. Trying to get the break to end the game where Quahog is just, they got to find a way to keep the game going.
Yep. See if they can find some momentum to carry. I'm assuming they have one more game today. So some momentum to bring into their next matchup.
And for tomorrow's games.
Yeah.
Sun really starting to come out now here at Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. Again, a little bit steamy, but less steamy since the sun came out, which is a little bit weird. But maybe that's because we're in the shelter of the tarp, the big blue tarp.
The big blue tarp. I'm happy that it hasn't rained since we put the tarp up here because I don't want to find out how many holes there are actually in this tarp.
Yeah, especially since we put the best part of the tarp over the sensitive equipment and the one with the most holes over us.
Oh, I don't care if I get wet. I don't want Max's expensive stuff to get wet. I'm sure there are holes that we can't really tell that they're there that are there. Rich did say he would upgrade the tarp later on, but
well, you know, the real question is, are these holes from wear and tear or are they mice? Because we have a little bit of a mouse problem in our storage shed here.
But I don't want to think about that, Mike. Oh, gosh.
It's biology. They just want to make little homes for their other little mice that they're going to make.
Great.
Oh, perfect.
Ooh.
Oh, good defense there. Just getting a hand on it before
that's why you don't throw that throw.
The offensive player can close around.
Like an up line down the middle of the field. The success rate of that throw is very low.
On the near sideline. Oh, nice throw there. Nice little under. Cross the field. Way to stretch the field. Move the disc with ease. And, oh, you got to keep that in bounds,
Got
dude.
it. Oh, he called him out. His own teammate called him out.
Yeah.
Like, nope, you're out. No mercy from his teammate.
I know I just threw that to you, but I'm also going to point out that I threw it out of bounds. Good spirit by the rig player. And Quahog takes over. Middle of the field, in front of their own end zone. Oh, good cut there.
Nice catch. These two working together well, give and go actions. Oh, they're sending the tall guy deep.
Out. Send tall guy deep, send tall guy deep, send tall guy deep. And defended well by Big Rig.
Yep.
Oh, we've got a wide field away force. I like it. Instead of trying to trap up the sideline. Ooh, and a little bit of got away from her. Oh, deep throw,
nice
curling
throw.
back to the middle in the end zone and just out of reach.
She got caught just a little too much under the curve of the disc there and wasn't able to lay out for it. It's coming over her head.
Quahog takes over, front of their own end zone. Move it back to the, oh, and just miscommunication between the two handlers there. Rig. Oh, we might have a foul call.
It might be a foul call. She at least wants to talk it through and see exactly what happened here. Good to like, just stop playing, figure it out, you know, instead of like trying to think about it and also play defense and like,
right.
Yeah, just like get it all straightened out. It is, yeah, so they are going to call a foul. Looks like a no contest from the Big Rig player. The players will reset where they were when the foul was called, and we'll be good to go.
Quahog will retain possession, heading right to left across your screen. In the white. Nice undercut there. Good defense. Quahog looking deep, holstering.
It's a good job not throwing that because it would have been too late if he had let it go. It's the right cut, but the cut was for the handler before that. And, ooh, he slowed down.
Run through D, very nice.
Number 5 stopped running through and the Big Rig player did not.
Quahog, our Big Rig, will take over on the far sideline. Asking for sideline, which means he's going to throw it across the field.
Well, the straight up mark from Super Tall 15 was
Yep.
an impact.
And that's going to be a score.
Good job.
And that's going to be game for Big Rig.
15-6.
15-6. Interesting second half. You know, Big Rig comes out and just scores a bunch right away, and then, you know, stumbles a little bit. Doesn't really give up much, but just doesn't, you know, aren't on the same page, and then they finally put it away the last three or 4 points.
I mean, Quahog couldn't get anything going in the second half at all.
No,
so,
no, they struggled with their offense, and they did start playing better defense, but by then they just didn't have enough left.
Too late. Yeah, so good game. We've got one more left on the schedule for today, so we'll see you back, I believe, at 3, right?
Yep.
3 o'clock, we'll be back here for our last game. We got a team from Florida playing a team, we're not sure who it is yet, so we'll find out soon.
Very excited about the Florida team, so we will see what the North Miami / Oakland Park team looks like.
Yeah, we'll see you at 3. Have a good weekend, everyone. I'm Tom with my mic, and we'll see you soon.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
On the grand stage to keep possession alive.
Huge bid, gets the
Great
tie.
opportunity for the Germans, and they break and ease.
Throw it the full 8 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me.
Oh my God!
One of the plays of the year.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
All right, welcome back to our final live stream of the day at the Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine, between Montreal Mephisto and El Niño out of Oakland Park, Florida. So they have come a long way. This weather must remind them of South Florida, although it's probably a few degrees warmer down there. I am Mike Callahan alongside Tom Myers, my friend and colleague, calling this game. And interesting day. We started out with a ton of rain. The puddles have started drying out. It's now getting really hot and humid. We're using my bottle of water as a heat sink for the internet, so we hope everything runs smoothly. Tom, how's it going?
Good, yeah. I mean, the conditions are improving still. The field's not as slick as it was before, although I did see the Mephisto players testing out the puddle out there in front of the PB&E truck, and it is still ankle deep, so it's still quite a good one. But I'm excited for this matchup. I've never seen El Niño play before. Mephisto I've seen plenty of, but as Mephisto looking deep right off the bat, and a turnover. Good bid, but.
And we have Mephisto in the white and El Niño in the dark. El Niño will pick up the disc and put it into play near the front corner of our lobster pot end zone.
And I think the connection of El Niño coming up here, I believe they have a player who is from Maine, I think. Is Olin Rhodes from Maine?
Yes, he's a Falmouth kid.
He's a Falmouth kid, so yeah, knows about this tournament and wanted to get his new team some exposure as El Niño turns it over on their own goal line and Mephisto punches it in. Looks like a miscommunication between the two El Niño players, and Mephisto takes advantage immediately. 1-0. Mephisto.
Yeah, this will be exciting. When I started playing in Florida, I don't believe El Niño had existed because it was somewhere around the Stone Age. And it's exciting for me to see a team come from Florida to Portland to play Ultimate in South Portland, because it shows that, you know what, Portland's not hard to get to. It's not any harder than San Diego. It's not any harder than Colorado or Colorado Springs or any Midwestern. Madison, Wisconsin's not necessarily easy to get to. This is easy. Fly into Portland or fly into Boston, take the bus up. Very, very easy to get here.
Yeah.
So Mephisto now pulling right to left across your screen. Going to be a little bit of a short pull.
Yeah, a little bit. That's all right, though. El Niño coming horizontal here to start.
Oh, nice cut.
Trying their best to avoid the puddle.
Looking for some help. Oh, nice inside throw. And now we're there in a vert stack. El Niño in the dark jerseys. Oh, nice throw there. Oh, and hit by the Mephisto defender, still retrieved by El Niño. On the near sideline, trying to score from about the 10. Moves it back to the middle of the field. Waiting for a cut. We got a lane poach, and he does not see the defender.
No, he didn't see it. He just kind of looked real quick, and now they're trying to get set up on defense. Mephisto looking to take over in transition here.
Oh, the El Niño player with his back turned just couldn't pick up the disc. And
nice D.
Great last second layout by the El Niño defender.
Way to go. I mean, the El Niño defender not giving up on that.
I thought that was going to be a score.
I mean, Mephisto certainly thought it was a score. They were like nonchalantly just kind of lightly tossing in the end zone, and that player, if the last name is to be believed there on the back of the shirt, Ben Bronstein, just said no. Like, get that throw out of here. It's our turn now. Again, traditional horizontal for El Niño to start.
Couple cutters at the same time, but working it out. Near side of the field. Mephisto doing a really good job of taking away the deep space. Nice undercut. El Niño, middle of the field, around their 30. Big up to the front of the end zone for the score.
Ronstein. Bookends there. The defense on one end, the score on the other. The throw by 29, Francisco Benito Agostini with the throw. Good job by El Niño.
And they knotted up at 1.
I mean, it looks like, initially, like El Niño's offense seems a little simplistic, but, could be because of not a lot of practice or just choosing to just kind of be simple to start with. I don't know, but, I mean, it's working. They kind of, once they get it moving.
I like the way Mephisto's taking away the deep space and forcing them under, making them, go the length of the field, and then, maybe get a little bit lost on defense and don't see that streaking player.
Yeah, because I mean,
underestimating the speed or something like that.
Yeah, it's we'll see what Mephisto has to say about it on offense. I do kind of want to know what the deal is with Mephisto's jersey on a pole here. That looks like an interesting kind of team-like spirit object of some kind.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a player.
Yeah.
Mephisto takes over. Horizontal stack.
Ooh,
nice
catch.
grab. Oh, the hammer.
It's short.
Gonna hang and hit by the El Niño defender, but still caught. Blade to the end zone for a point.
Yeah, number 13, Jorge Fernandez got a piece of that floaty hammer, but good focus by Mephisto to pull it down and make a nice throw across the field for the score. Is that 2-1, Mephisto?
Yeah, that's a bad feeling when you get in position and you get a hand on the hammer, but you can't quite come down with it, and then it's caught right at the front of the end zone. It's like,
Yeah. Honestly, a bit of a lucky break for the Mephisto thrower. I'm not. If you could throw a hammer, you could probably have thrown something else too. Probably would have been better, but worked out for them in the short term.
In that situation, on a count 0, probably.
Probably
You probably could have found something.
So we'll take a second while these teams are getting organized to tell you about one of our sponsors for Maine Ultimate. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden, located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at www.portproperty.com.
And thank you, Port Property, for being a continued sponsor of not just Vacationland, but many Maine Ultimate tournaments and leagues and all sorts of stuff.
Absolutely. So Mephisto in the white leading 2-1 over El Niño from Oakland Park, Florida. They're in the purpley dark kind of uniforms.
And El Niño takes it at the front of their own end zone. Middle of the field, moving the disc. Good undercut there. Back to the middle of the field. Near sideline. El Niño still with the disc on the sideline. Nice fake there. Waiting for someone to break out. And now it's a high count and layout D by Mephisto.
Yeah, good defense by Mephisto. The high stall count, so just trying to find an option somewhere. A little surprised he went with the laser throw as opposed to something higher in the air, but good layout by the Mephisto defender.
And that was just good team defense, you know, not letting anything get too wide open. Mephisto towards the far sideline on their own 12, moving it up the field near midfield. Oh, and we're going to have a foul call.
Yep.
You could hear that up here in the booth.
Yep. No question from 29 on El Niño. That is, though, you would say a veteran foul.
Yeah.
Like, because the hook was there, that's probably a point, but the foul makes it come right back again, so.
El Niño still moving it up the far sideline at about the 12. And easy little throw into the corner.
3-1. It's good for Mephisto to get that because number 20 on Mephisto was making a big cut to that same spot on the field. And the cutter in that area didn't clear back to the middle. They turned around and cleared right back into that space, so kind of cutting each other off. But they were able to kind of get it sorted out and get the score to make it 3-1.
Still early. Both teams moving the disc. A few big throws, but a lot of underneath stuff that both teams are taking advantage of, trying to take what the defense is giving them. Both teams running horizontal stack. Haven't seen much variation yet. We'll see how that goes the rest of the game, whether they go do some side stack or vert.
It is a small roster for El Niño, though, and it's the end of the day, so it's hot, it's humid. I know they're from Florida, so they're used to this, but it's a lot of ultimate, and yeah, I would imagine that the legs are starting to catch up to them a little bit. Here we
Mephisto
go.
pulling, El Niño taking it over at the front of the end zone in the middle of the field. Couple easy throws off before the defense gets there. A little bit of clogging underneath. Nodding for the deep throw, and the deep throw is up, and it is caught.
Got it.
Oh, and not caught. Oh, that is. Ooh. We would have to go to the instant replay, but I think that is a correct call.
Well, you
I
have
think that hit the dirt.
you have to show control through the ground contact in ultimate.
Near side, Mephisto. Deep throw to the far side of the field.
Uh-oh.
Defended and still defended.
Oof.
Ooh.
He defended it into his own end zone. That could have been unfortunate, but way to stick with it by the El Niño player.
That's another bad feeling when you can't quite get your hand on it and you hit it and it goes up and you're like, uh-oh.
But when you take a disc that's not a score and defend it into the end zone, making it a score if the offense catches it. Mephisto looking to maybe do a little bit of a switchy, yeah, there you go, a little switch off those cutters.
That's because the clear out was there. Now waiting for a cut to develop.
Ooh, he gets away with the travel on that one.
I think Mephisto or El Niño's horizontal stack is set up just a little bit deep. I think they need to be a little shallower when they start their cuts. Hammer across the field.
Defended well by Mephisto. There's also a piece, the marker got a piece of the disc on the hammer throw.
And right in the front corner to the middle of the end zone for Mephisto to take the 4-1 lead.
4-1. Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference here is El Niño's turning it over, Mephisto is not. And every time El Niño turns it over, Mephisto walks down the field, really excelling in transition offense.
Yeah, the transition defense of El Niño is really struggling right now, so they need to maybe communicate on the line before, talk about switching, talk about team defense, and communicating on the field.
And where do you typically see, like, when you're starting to run out of energy? Where does it manifest itself first on the ultimate field? First is clearing out after your cuts. Suddenly the clear out just takes longer, is harder. It's just you just lose the mental desire to just clear out as hard as you could cut. and in transition defense. It's just like those two things are like where like not having a full reserve of energy is where it's like that you'll see it first show up that way. So I think that's playing a factor here as well.
And Mephisto pulls. El Niño will take over at the front of their own end zone.
And another little miscommunication there too of who's going to catch the pull. Yeah, these guys are tired.
It's not so much a zone as it is a really poachy defense. So he puts it up, try and get it downfield.
That was just a high stall count, just
Yep.
a punt, get it away, make Mephisto go the length of the field.
That was good. That was good poach defense by Mephisto there. Realizing that they could take up lanes and maybe cut off a throw or two, and that El Niño was a little bit tired and might not be able to recover.
5-1.
And that is another point for Mephisto.
Mephisto is rolling.
Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Did you know Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunate Miller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electrical vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. That's revisionenergy, all one word, .com. And Mephisto pulling left to right across your screen. Lands short and rolls. Good stop by El Niño there in the dark.
Ooh, a little bit of a breeze picking up. That's a nice feeling. The air has been really stagnant and heavy for most of the day today. Very humid here in Portland.
Yep, good movement this time by El Niño. Looks like they're starting to get their cuts a little bit shallower in the start instead of deep. Oh, and a great one-handed grab by El Niño over the top to make it 5-2.
Daniel Zambrano with that cloud scraping, like kind of bladey flick there. I'm not sure the player who made the reception, but I also like that on the cut, the receiver put his hand up, and then the disc ended up in his hand. Like he just had his hand up there, and then he just jumped, and it was right there. That was pretty
That's
awesome.
an accurate throw.
Yeah, that's an accurate throw. Yeah, but makes it 5-2.
5-2 in favor of Mephisto.
Yeah, I don't have a number 25 on my roster sheet for El Niño, but great catch nonetheless. Good cut, good throw. El Niño needs more of that.
And that was a better, just overall a better offensive point. Their horizontal stack, it's like they're listening to the live stream. They're getting a little tired, and they're like, okay, well, if we're a little tired, let's start our cuts. Let's start our stack a little shallower, make the cuts easier so they're not as long, they don't take as long, and we're not getting these high stall counts.
Well, they also worked side to side more on that point than they did previously. So really doing a good job of like moving, and getting the defense moving and flexing, and then taking advantage on the field. And now you get a drop by Mephisto, right off the pole. So El Niño can get a break here and tighten the game up a little further.
And the wind seems to be freshening a little bit. I did like that pull, the flick blade to roll and go out of bounds, allow your defense to get down there and set up. Oh, good defense from Mephisto. Needs a little help. Oh, and that's going to be eaten up because that's a high stall count, and he's trying to get rid of it.
That's where I didn't like how far back they pushed the stack, because there was not enough threats for the Mephisto can poach the lanes on that without having any problems with it.
And now Mephisto marched it all the way up the field before the defense caught up and punches it in to the far sideline for the score.
6-2 Mephisto. Yeah, and to just kind of clarify what I was my word salad comment about the El Nino, attempt to score down there at the other end was that you could see the El Nino handler pushing the stack back, saying to back up, back up, back up. He wanted to create room for Zambrano to move, to cut, to have a lot of space, but he pushed the stack back so far with only one dump, and then Zambrano, and then everybody else 15, 20 yards down the field. The Mephisto defenders rightfully recognized we can poach on both sides of Zambrano and make it so it doesn't matter where Zambrano goes, he's running into one of our people, and we are now in the lanes, and there's no harm in us doing this because the cutters are going to have to come to us.
Correct.
And any sort of over-the-top throw we can catch back up to. So that's where I understand the idea for El Nino, but I don't agree with backing them up that far because it removed too many players as a threat to get the disc.
You can try an ISO, but the ISOs work for a count of 2 or 3, and then you got to get the next cutter in. Ooh,
Yep.
Big high, curling pull, will end up back towards the middle of the field, front of the end zone. El Nino, again, that hoe stack starting deep. Long cut back and just couldn't hang on to the disc. Mephisto takes over. You can see El Nino looks a little bit gassed, having trouble getting back on defense, and that's going to be
good bid.
Just out through the Mephisto cutter.
It had more pace on it than the cutters thought it did.
Yeah.
It's almost like he went to go get it and then realized it was faster, and then he had to turn and catch up to it. He couldn't make up the difference there.
El Nino moving the disc back and forth. That horizontal movement seems to work for them.
Oh, there's
and
a
just
slip.
a slip.
Is everybody okay?
And Mephisto player doing a little bit of a face plant, seems okay.
Looks like he ate some grass. They're discussing something. Oh, they're discussing a call.
Really? Looked like the El Nino player slipped. Did he think that the Mephisto player ran into his hands when he was trying to catch it?
No,
or
no
just
call.
a no call?
Well, it looks like no call to me.
Two, 3, 4, 5.
It's like 21 ran on the field. Is someone else coming off? Yes, he is. Okay. He is going to substitute. Okay. And then El Nino made their own sub, 29. Benito Agostini subbing out for number 13, Fernandez.
Mephisto taking over right at the front of the end zone they're trying to score in. And
Yep, there it is.
wow, you can't let that open side.
Well, Fiora Mamonti is gassed.
Yeah.
Like he has the energy right now to shut down one cut.
Yep.
And if there's multiple cuts like that, it's just they've played a lot of ultimate in hot conditions, and you can tell they're exhausted. That makes it 7-2.
7-2 in favor of Mephisto. Rapidly moving first half.
Exactly. So another sponsor that you've seen some flags for in the back of the right end zone is Discraft. Discraft, home of the Ultrastar, the official disc of USA Ultimate. Your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun. Yeah, they provide the Ultrastar, thrown around the world, tournament approved for everything from summer leagues to world flying ultimate disc level competition. Yeah, it's the only one that is played with in tournaments, pretty much.
Well, you know, and that's actually pretty nice that you at every level plays with the same disc. 'Cause you don't see that with baseballs, you don't see that with footballs or basketballs.
No, and it's the same mold that's been around for what, 30 years at
Yeah.
least. They haven't changed it at all.
Ooh, a little bit of a risky throw. I like the side-to-side movement by El Nino. Good. Oh, but that's just a concentration error there.
Lundberg puts it on the turf.
Mephisto taking over. Now about 5 yards out. Now at the front of the end zone in the middle of the field. Swinging it wide. Oh, and that's, yeah, that's, oh,
He tackled
sorry,
him.
dude. I just totally ran into you and grabbed you.
You wrapped him up with a bear hug.
And
there
that's
you
going
go.
to be half.
8-2 in favor of Mephisto. A fast-moving game here.
So we will leave you with a word from one of our sponsors, Ghost Energy.
On the grand stage to keep possession alive.
Huge bid, gets the touch.
Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break with ease.
Throw it the full 80 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me.
Oh my God!
One of the plays of the year.
Welcome back to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland. It's vacation land, Maine Ultimate Club Ultimate tournament here in South Portland, Maine. It's the second half of El Nino in the dark jerseys from Florida and Mephisto in the white jerseys from Montreal, Canada. Score is 8-2 in favor of Mephisto. I'm Tom, here with my Mike. Mike, this is the last half of our live stream content for today. What are you looking forward to in this second half of this game?
You know, I just want to see El Nino kind of put something together offensively that sticks. You know, we've seen spots where they've looked really good moving the disc back and forth across the field and in short bursts. Can they continue that? Can they clear out and get to space, show a little patience, and put some points on the board? Oh, nice toe drag, far sideline by El Nino. Waiting, looking for some help. Oh, really nice job by the El Nino cutter there.
Now they're getting stuck with that Mephisto defense. Is good downfield and the turf.
Mephisto will take over. Far sideline.
They're going to get in their set here for an end zone. End zone set. Looks like El Nino's going to force. Let's see which way they're going to force. They're going to force. Oh, he's kind of straight up, actually. Yeah, he is.
Nice throw to space. Near side. Now middle of the field. To the far side, to the break side. In the corner for a point.
That's how you get the, you come this way to the near side, swing, 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 get the defense to overcommit to that side of the field, and then you get the break the other way.
Yep. Nice
Great
job
offense.
by Mephisto.
9-2.
And you may see at points in the live stream, we have some shade easy ups on the far sideline from impactmelanoma.org. Donated for this tournament. They've also donated sunblock, which will be necessary the remainder of the day. Very sunny out now and tomorrow. So we thank Impact Melanoma. Now 9-2 in favor of Mephisto, pulling right to left across your screen.
Excuse me. Mephisto pulling to El Nino.
Miscommunication,
Again.
good pull to the kind of the middle of the end zone.
It's the second time that's happened for El Nino today. Mephisto looking zone here. Yep. Like got a deep two wings. It's like the cup's like a four-person kind of sorta. Yeah.
Ooh, risky throw.
The Mephisto coach just told us from the sideline that they're running a diamond. It is a diamond. Look at that. I see it now. It's a diamond on the zone defense with the point on the mark. Yeah. I had my summer league team run a diamond zone like this once. It definitely threw the other team for a loop.
El Nino actually doing a really good job of showing patience, taking what's given to him, trying to fake. I like the fakes because it tries to get people out of position, but they need the follow-up poppers to break that diamond.
Well, and the reason this diamond is really, one reason that is really getting El Nino stuck is it's not a look that you see very often, so your traditional zone cuts don't work when the diamond position is in play.
Correct.
And now Mephisto has melted to person, and El Nino takes a shot.
Inside out forehand, the length of the field. Little too far for the El Nino cutter.
Too much pace on that. But you know, kind of unfortunate because they did work the zone enough that Mephisto took it off. But El Nino's got to do some more work here and get it back on defense.
I'm not sure why Mephisto called that off. They seem to be doing a good job with it. Unless it was part of their plan.
There's a travel call here on Mephisto. I like it when teams call the zone off like that because if you want to use it again, it's better to show it in short bursts than to leave it on for an entire point and let the team figure it out. Like, you know, just when they start to figure it out, maybe you take it off and then you can put it back on again later on just to kind of like, and they kind of have to reset again before they really figure it out.
And up the far sideline into the end zone, 4-point from Mephisto.
10-2. Now, I'm going to take this time to tell our viewers about the Lobster Pot. Maine Ultimate will be hosting the Lobster Pot Ultimate Frisbee Tournament. Not the Lobster Pot you cook lobsters in, but the Lobster Pot Ultimate Frisbee Tournament on October 19th and 20th here at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. The Lobster Pot will have 3 college men's divisions this year, upper, middle, and lower, 2 college women's divisions, upper and lower, and a college mixed division. Merchandise tents filled with product from Ultimate companies, Lobster Pot branded items, Maine Ultimate items, Boston Glory items, and Portland Rising items will be on sale as well. Ghost energy drinks will be available all weekend long. Food trucks will be here, such as PB&Me, El Rodeo, 88 Donuts, and Vagabond Coffee, and at least one live stream game, just like, or a live stream field, just like today. So we look forward to seeing you here, either in person or on the live stream for Lobster Pot. It's a fantastic tournament.
My favorite tournament of the year. It's a lot of work, but it's very rewarding for us.
A lot of volunteers make it happen. We have 70 to 80 college teams from all around the eastern half of the U.S. Here, it's quite a spectacle. As El Niño getting back into it on offense here, they got a poach 97. Don't know why they didn't throw it to him. One way to make the poach leave is to throw it to him, but they're working hard.
Yeah, that cut needs to come in further, closer to the disc.
Yeah, as the handlers have been moving backwards.
Yeah, good cut there by El Niño. Couple give and goes, see if they can loosen up that defense a little bit. Nice
Good throw.
Work, better throw. El Niño now moving it side to side, getting a little bit of upfield flow. Nice fake there. That needs to be an under.
Yep.
Nice
cut. The cutter down there, El Niño's got to do some work to get back under again.
Oh, far sideline and then up the sideline for the score to make it 10-3. Mephisto over El Niño.
Well, that throw was, I'm not sure how they managed to get it to bounce right over the Mephisto defender. That was 97 Ricardo Condi with the throw for El Niño.
Well, and the El Niño receiver was behind part of the turf that I couldn't see, so I thought he was throwing to the shallow guy. I'm like, oh, that's going to be a turnover.
Well, and you can also, that's, another way that you can tell that we're really tired for El Niño is that the two El Niño cutters that were in the D space were just hanging out in the D space, not really moving, and kind of putting their hand up to be like, throw it to me, but when you're not moving, the thrower's not going to throw it to you if you're not moving.
I made the cut. I'm not cutting back under.
Except they didn't really make a cut. They just kind of flowed with the disc down the field and ended up in the end zone. But let's see if they can get some defense here. It's hard to keep up with the fresher legs of Mephisto, but El Niño's going to give it a shot.
And they are pulling left to right across your screen from the Vacation Land end zone to the Lobster Pot end zone.
Is it 11-3, I think, Mephisto?
It is 11-3.
Forehand pull.
I'm sorry, it's 10-3
go
in favor of Mephisto. That scoreboard is...
It's wrong on the other side?
Yeah. Our videographer, Maxine, pointing out that it is, in fact, 10-3.
10-3, okay. That's why I wanted to check to make sure. I didn't think it was 11 either, but...
Nice.
It's a big chunk.
Gainer.
Yeah, big chunk of yards. And then the up line.
And then another up line to the end zone.
Now it's 11-3.
Now it's 11-3 in favor of Mephisto.
Are you looking to watch some more Ultimate, Mike?
Always.
Always. Check out Portland Rising, Maine's professional Ultimate Frisbee team. Founded in 2019, Portland Rising is on a mission to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Portland Rising is part of the Premier Ultimate League, a league committed to achieving equity in the sport of Ultimate by increasing accessibility to the sport for and visibility of women, transgender, intersex, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender fluid people through high-quality competition, leadership experiences, and community partnerships. Visit www.portlandrising.me to learn more about the team and gear up for the 2025 season. I'm excited to get to watch more of their games next year.
And Mephisto pulling. Left to right across the screen. Nice pull. Will be right around the front of the end zone. Again, they're having to wait when they pick up the disc for the cut to happen.
But they're also looking off the first cut, and
Yes.
at least so far, number 13 here. 13 is Jorge Fernandez. He's open.
Yes.
Like, I'm not sure why they're looking off the seemingly the one player who still has legs.
Yeah.
Then they're not giving him the disc. Like,
Oh, nice poach off, but it's going to cost Mephisto as the near side of the field is wide open.
yeah, he really didn't though. Like, they got the swing, but then they sealed it back up again.
Nice patience by El Niño there, long side of the field. Got to get something going. The cut's just not happening
too
from the El
far.
Niño
Too far on the
stack.
field. Pretty much the only one cutting under is 13 here, Fernandez. Everybody else is just kind of stagnant back there or waiting for a back corner cut. That's, you know, it's enabling the other defenders for Mephisto to kind of play off their people because the El Niño guys are not a threat.
Oh, we have an injury.
Getting a little gimpy, maybe a little cramp.
Oh, we have two injuries.
Well, they're subbing everybody in.
Yeah, there's looks like a hammy for one of the El Niño players and a rib or a cramp or something from the other El Niño player. So now Mephisto will take over. Far sideline. Playing with about 5 handlers back.
A pick has been called.
Players enjoying the puddle in the middle of the field.
Yes.
The cooling powers of water and a deep shot curling back to the front of the end zone for a point. 12-3 Mephisto.
El Niño's running out of players. They got a cramp or a hamstring over there. You're right. Yeah, and something else for number 29.
Yeah, it looks like a cramp
Yeah.
based on his stretching.
Yeah. 29 might be just heat, but he's having a hard time over there. And they still think that there's one more point scored than there actually is in this game.
Maybe they want it over quicker.
It seems like it. They got one point. They must have adjusted it twice, and now they've adjusted it once ever since. So let's see.
Maybe they mistakenly thought one of their own points was a point from Mephisto.
Possibly.
A
Mephisto
little
pull.
delirious from exhaustion.
Yep.
That happens. Oh, good pull.
Yeah.
Middle of the end zone, far side. El Niño able to move it out pretty quickly. Again with that diamond
zone.
zone. Need to get a little bit more active up the field.
Well, yes. Well, like that. And then the handler reset has to be in a different position than it normally is because the defender is guarding them basically on their back hip pocket pretty much.
Correct.
When they get set up, they're like on their shoulder, like but behind them. So the usual resets are hard to get.
Yeah, don't get that far side reset. That's covered up. Nice. Nice work by El Niño, showing some patience.
What they really need to do is when they do move it to the middle of the field, they need to move it up the field right away before this
Correct.
cup sets again, because once they set like this, it's really hard to move. And they got to go straight back and then across. And that's hard with the way the diamond, the headband player, and Mephisto's taking those away as well.
Oh, good job by the Mephisto defender reading that as El Niño telegraphed that a little bit, and now it is officially 13-3 in favor of Mephisto.
I think it's 13. 13-3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're rocking and rolling through this one. And getting some good reps in for tomorrow. This is a crossover game, I think, from our pool play, so this will be good for their seeding going in for tomorrow for Mephisto, and a bit of a letdown of a day for El Niño, but the rest will do them well.
Yeah, they'll have to go back to wherever they're staying. Get a nice cool shower, lots of protein, lots of water. Salt would help.
Yeah.
El Niño getting ready to receive the pole.
Mephisto correcting the score on the other side of the field.
Trying to prolong the agony of El Niño.
Yes. they would like them to suffer more in this heat.
Oh, nice pull.
That's going out.
No, it's going to sneak out of bounds. Take it towards the middle of the field. He called middle, but no one's going to. Oh, there he is. No one was going to get the disc for a second there. I like this strategy by El Niño. Walk it up very slowly. Give yourself an extra beat of rest.
Absolutely.
Much better spacing on with a tired vertical stack here.
It's such a tired vertical stack. It's actually a horizontal stack, Callahan.
Ah, yeah, that's what I meant. Speaking of tired,
I know, right?
the Ghost Energy drink is currently losing its effectiveness.
We got a big poach here by Mephisto in the lane, so yeah, take it as long as you can move it away from that sideline, which they do. Good job by El Niño.
Big gainer there, far side, right about midfield.
Now
Looking for help.
The downfield cutter is like, I understand that the unders are being taken away, but sometimes you have to just cut through it and just like move the defense a little bit more.
Nice throw to space there. Oh, and that is an unforced error by El Niño. And then an unforced error by Mephisto. El Niño will take over just past midfield, right around the middle of the field. Oh, inside out flick into triple coverage, and El Niño still almost came up with it.
Almost. Looking for Zambrano in the back corner. Geisenberger hung it up there for him, but unable to come up with it. Mephisto takes over again. Oh, Geisenberger pinching off the corner there as Mephisto goes deep downfield.
And that's going to be right around the front and
Whoa!
into the end zone.
Made that an adventure.
Well, Mephisto, take that for 14.
The Mephisto sideline started celebrating a little too early, and they saw the disc pop up back into view, like, oh no.
Yeah, at the end of the day, tired, having to run all the way up the field and then drop it. Oh, now I have to play defense. No, that's when I fake an injury. Oh, I gotta come off the field.
Yeah.
14-3 in favor of Mephisto.
Well, this has been a fun day of Ultimate. We've had a lot of really good games. I feel like if we had seen this matchup in particular at the beginning of the day, it would be a lot closer.
Yep.
Because you can see the skill of the El Niño players. It's just hard when they're so gassed. At the beginning of the day, I'm sure that things were a lot crisper for them. So.
bigger roster, it's just it's tough to play 3 to 4 games in a day. Mephisto getting ready to pull. And the pull is up.
That's gone. That's out of
Yeah,
bounds.
that is
That might
not coming
be
back.
in
That
the
is
cart?
almost in the kiddie pool. Nope,
Oh, it's
it
in
is
the river.
bushes. That means you got to go get it. You throw it in the bush, you got to go get it.
I'm disappointed at the lack of heckling from the Mephisto sideline for their own player.
Yeah,
They're
that's
throwing it directly into the
very-
stream. That is. Oh wow! The El Nino player just popped out of the bushes with it. Well done.
I think that's worth an extra point.
I thought that just was gone into the ditch in there, but I guess not. For those of you who haven't been to this field complex before, these are very long strips of fields, but in between each one is an irrigation ditch that is, 5-6 feet down with water and mud and swampy conditions and everything else. So usually when the disc goes in there, it's gone forever.
But oddly, no bugs. Ooh, good Mephisto defense. Oh, but we have a cramp.
Yep, Mephisto cramp there. Number 49 with a little bit of a little cramp there. Good cut by 13 for El Nino. Just couldn't quite come down with it. Mephisto takes over.
They will take over, bring the disc up to the front of the end zone. Looks like a little, well, it started out to be a side stack, but they're just out of position in the horizontal. Clear out underneath is open, so moving it back and forth. Middle of the field. Good adjustment by the Mephisto player there. Oh, and gosh, great catch by...
That's so hard to do, catching something off your shoe tops when you're running full speed like that.
Late in the day.
At any point
Nice
in the day.
holster by the Mephisto player there, and that's going to be an easy game.
Game over for Mephisto.
15-3, the final.
Well, this was a fun day, Mike.
Yeah, we had some, game of the day had to be Haymaker and Colt, but we had some really good ultimate and really good spirit overall today by all the teams.
Absolutely.
So for Tom Myers and our videographer, Maxime Rumiel, I'm Mike Callahan, and I will see many of you tomorrow, hopefully.